Withstanding the force of this explosion, all the surrounding cultivators revealed strained expressions. Many suddenly felt that even breathing was difficult, as if a mountain was pressed against the top of their chest, causing the knees to go soft and urging them to fall to the ground. Only Old Demon sneered, his eyes flashing an appreciative light as a wicked grin appeared on his face. This violent and evil atmosphere was quite to his liking. Disperse. Move away from the black gas. How is this possible? How can this little lord use such potent power? Am I dreaming? The cultivators in Xianxia's compound cried out, their faces filled with disbelief and fear, scattering about randomly in order to avoid being corroded by the swirly black qi. After this sudden outburst of power which spread black qi all over the yard below, the black dragon opened its bloody mouth and began furiously inhaling, creating a black vortex that tried to draw in Xianxia and his guardian blood warrior. Faced with this great suction, Xianxia was unable to offer any meaningful resistance. If not for the blood warrior beside him, he would already have been drawn into the black dragon's maw and had his bones crushed. For the first time, Xianxia realized just how enormous the gap in strength between him and his ninth brother was. It was simply the difference between heaven and earth, and he was afraid that, for the rest of his life, it would be impossible for him to catch up with his ninth brother's pace. Living the rest of his life in his youngest brother's shadow, Xianxia suddenly felt depressed, as if struggling to resist, the inheritance war, and even the entire Yang family were all meaningless. Second young lord, the blood warrior shouted, noticing Xianxia's unusual mood and realizing that his mental state was being corroded. Don't let yourself be affected by the evil qi, the blood warrior hastily reminded. Snapping out of his depressed mood, Xianxia dripped with cold sweat. He wasn't a man who would easily admit defeat. The reason why such negative thoughts and feelings had overtaken him was purely because of the influence of Yang Kai's strange power. After being awakened by the blood warrior, Xianxia carefully guarded his mind to resist mental intrusion from Yang Kai's power. Yu Xian, Yang Kai roared. High up in the sky, Tang Yu Xian, who was confronting Xianxia's other blood warrior, smiled lightly at her opponent before releasing an astonishingly pure and potent spiritual energy pulse that engulfed not only the latter, but even affected the battlefield down below. Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage? The blood warrior who was fighting with Tang Yu Xian called out in shock. Ah, you saw through me. Tang Yu Xian laughed happily. I still wanted to hide it for a while. But how? The blood warrior looked up and down Tang Yu Xian, seemingly trying to confirm she was still the person he knew. How did you manage to break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage so soon? The blood warriors were all like brothers and sisters. They were all extremely familiar with each other's strengths and talent. What Tang Yu Xian's aptitude was, her opponent naturally understood, and he had a fair idea of how long it would be before she could break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage. But now, when she had released her spiritual energy, he had immediately realized that Tang Yu Xian had actually broken through already. How did you do it? The man eagerly asked. His aptitude and strength were similar to Tang Yu Xian's, but now she had taken a giant leap ahead of him. He was naturally happy and anxious. Happy that his sister blood warrior had broken through, but also anxious about falling behind her. Not telling. Tang Yu Xian smiled sweetly. Seeing her playful attitude, the man slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yu Xian, it seems that following the little lord has even caused your mentality to become younger. You never used to be so naughty. Tang Yu Xian's smiling expression immediately sank, a cold light flashing across her eyes. What do you mean? Are you trying to say I've gotten old? The man's heart suddenly clenched, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon a great taboo. Quickly waving his hands in panic. Yu Xian, you're not, I never said. Humph, I didn't want to embarrass you too much, but now it seems I need to teach you a harsh lesson. Tang Yu Xian muttered in annoyance, no longer holding back, using her full strength to beat her opponent, causing him to cry out in pain and grief. Although there was only a gap of a single stage between them, this small gap was enough to allow Tang Yu Xian to completely suppress her brother blood warrior. Tang Yuxian was even able to continuously release soul skills to assist Yang Kai while she fought her own battle. With the assistance of Tang Yuxian, Yang Kai gradually gained the advantage. "Little lord, pardon my offense," the blood warrior who was guarding Yang Zhao suddenly shouted, releasing Yang Zhao and pushing his true chi furiously, sending out a great beam of azure light towards Yang Kai. Ha! Before the beam could reach him, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and sent a beam of black chi towards the oncoming assault, intercepting it midair and dispersing it. The Yang family blood warrior's expression became somewhat solemn. Even if he hadn't used his full strength just now, it was still a tremendous attack, yet Yang Kai had actually blocked it. Everyone present was shocked, all of them wondering just how powerful Yang Kai was at the moment. On the contrary, although his devil transformation had massively increased his blood force and strength, Yang Kai's brow also deeply furrowed. This head-on confrontation made him realize that it was impossible for him to defeat this opponent. The title of Yang family blood warrior wasn't just for show. Even in his current state, and with the assistance of Tang Yuxian's soul skills, suppressing this master before him still beyond his abilities. In fact, if not for the blood warrior's need to guard Yang Zhao, Yang Kai estimated he would already have been defeated. As of right now, he was not worthy to be a blood warrior's opponent. His thoughts revolving quickly, Yang Kai considered a dozen different scenarios before coldly snorting, recalling the black dragon and all the dispersed evil chi, shrouding himself in a thick protective coat. Flipping his wrist, a small sword appeared atop his palm in a flash of light. It was the heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact. Since refining it until now, Yang Kai felt like he was not able to fully synchronize with it, but at this moment, in order to kill Xianxia and Nanshang, Yang Kai determined that this was his best option. Success or failure would be determined in the next strike. Looking far behind Yang Zhao, Yang Kai's gaze focused on the hatred-filled faces of Xianxia and Nanshang. "I told you, no matter who tries to protect you today, you will still die." Standing tall, Yang Kai let out a great roar and his eyes flashed an ominous light. Stared at by these crimson eyes, Xianxia and Nanshang trembled violently, suddenly feeling greatly unnerved. Subconsciously, they tried to retreat or find someone who could protect them. Unfortunately, all the masters from the Xiang and Nan families had been killed by Yang Kai on the way here. Only the two-peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master status was unknown, as they had yet to return from their battle with Ingjiu. After looking around in panic for a moment, they discovered that there was no one here they could rely on. Facing Yang Kai's cold eyes and murderous aura, the two of them couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis. Yang Kai's performance was far beyond their expectation. They had never dreamed that Yang Kai would actually chase them all the way to Yang Zhao's house and ruthlessly insist upon executing them, not giving a single bit of face to the second young lord. "We are heirs of first-class families. Yang Kai, if you dare kill us, you'll regret it." Nanshang was terrified and couldn't help yelling out hysterically. However, Yang Kai simply shook his head and firmly declared, "I don't care if you are the heirs to first-class family. If it had been a head-on fight and you had wounded my people, I would have nothing to say. But since you dared go behind my back and plot against them, you must pay the price." After saying so, Yang Kai suddenly closed his eyes. Zhang. A resonate hum came from the little sword in his hand, almost as if someone was striking it. A bizarre aura also began spreading from Yang Kai. "Stop him!" Yang Zhao saw the situation rapidly deteriorating and quickly summoned his own mysterious great artifact. In Yang Zhao's hand, a golden ring-shaped artifact appeared. It was his trophy from the battle at Pajing Lake. Madly filling the golden ring with his true chi, Yang Zhao shot it out. As it raced forward, it first divided into 2, then into 4, then again into 8. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming number of golden rings crashed towards Yang Kai. The black dragon immediately roared and surged forth, using its huge body to wrap up and guard Yang Kai. Mad tyrant blood skill. At some unknown point, Tang Yuxian had also rushed down from the sky and now unleashed an astonishing force from her delicate body, placing herself in front of Yang Kai. The 2 blood warriors who followed Yang Zhao also rushed up. The 3 blood warriors entered into a chaotic melee. The scene was a mess. Only Yang Kai remained an island of calm. The surrounding noise of battle and the violent fluctuations of energy seemed unable to affect him as he stood there silently. Suddenly there was a fluctuation in his soul, and for some unforeseen reason, when his spiritual energy flooded into the small sword-shaped soul artifact, the two reached an unprecedented state of resonance. At that moment, Yang Kai felt as if his soul had integrated into the little sword. Xiao! The little sword transformed into a ray of light and shot out from atop Yang Kai's palm at a speed invisible to the naked eye and impossible to trace with divine sense. As his consciousness merged with the small sword, Yang Kai saw Tang Yuxian using her Mad Tyrant blood skill to fight with the other two Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage blood warriors, fragrant sweat dripping from her long lustrous hair. He also witnessed his Black Dragon clash with Yang Zhao's mysterious Grade artifact, sending violent waves of black qi tumbling to and fro. He saw the crowd of onlookers standing there with stunned expressions, their mouths agape. He saw his own figure reflected in Qiu Yimeng's beautiful worry-filled eyes. He even saw a few thousand meters away, in a tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao staring towards him out an open window. At this moment, to Yang Kai, it seemed like the entire world had slowed down and his thinking had become more than 10 times clearer than before, able to take in and process these myriad scenes around him in an instant. A profound and mysterious feeling rose from the bottom of his heart, a sensation he had never felt before. Bathing in this feeling, Yang Kai experienced an unprecedented sublimation of his heart and soul. A layer of shackles seemed to shatter in his mind, giving Yang Kai an uplifting sense of freedom, like he was a fish that had leapt from the sea and begun soaring through the sky. The speed of the small sword soul artifact also increased significantly. High up in the sky, dark clouds suddenly began to gather, covering the entirety of War City, releasing an ever-increasing pressure as they thickened. Even while Yang Kai had completely immersed himself in this strange mental domain, he never lost track of his target, Nansheng. As if he realized what was about to happen, Nansheng immediately panicked and cried out in terror, "Save me! Save me!" He was calling for help from Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao heard him, but unfortunately there was nothing he could do. In order to suppress Yang Kai, he had used every plan, technique, and tool at his disposal, but the best he could do was break through some of the Black Dragon's defense and was unable to even approach Yang Kai. How could he have any spare energy to help Nansheng? Even if he had strength to spare, there wasn't enough time for him to respond. The next instant, as if he was clutched by a great invisible hand, Nansheng let out a heart-wrenching cry. Xianxia, who was standing close by, turned towards Nansheng in horror, his entire body shivering uncontrollably. Before his very eyes, he saw his big brother's vitality quickly dissipate. Xiao! A flash of light shot out from Nansheng's head and returned to Yang Kai's hand, transforming back into the shape of a little sword. Nansheng fell to the ground, his eyes still open and staring out blankly, the light in them having vanished. Seeing this, everyone at the scene paled. Besides a few high-level Immortal Ascension boundary masters, no one saw when the small sword attacked. Even the ones strong enough to have seen the sequence of events wrinkled their brows, secretly afraid, wondering if they would be able to withstand such an attack from Yang Kai's soul-type artifact. Soul artifacts, unlike general artifacts, were naturally driven by spiritual energy and only damaged one's soul and knowledge. The power it could display was directly linked to the strength of its wielder's spiritual energy. The stronger the soul, the greater the role such an artifact could play and vice versa. Although this little sword was a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, not a low-grade, without an extremely tyrannical divine sense to operate it, it couldn't display much strength. After seeing such a blow, the two blood warriors who were having a hard struggle with Tang Yuxian didn't hesitate to retreat and guard Yang Zhao. They were afraid of this killing blow Yang Kai had displayed. If he were to use it to deal with the second young lord, it would be difficult for them to handle. Tang Yuxian didn't pursue them, instead just letting out a long breath and falling back to guard Yang Kai. The Black Dragon also returned to its place above Yang Kai's head, its 100-meter-long body coiling through the air, its giant head and crimson eyes staring towards Xianxia in the crowd, as it continued to release an ominous pressure. When Nanshang had suddenly died, Xianxia fell into despair, realizing that Yang Kai really had the ability to kill him even under the guard of Yang Zhao. A fear unlike anything he had ever experienced before filled his heart as he jerkily turned his head towards Yang Kai, wondering if the next breath he took would be his last. Wanting to find someone to depend on for protection, he hastily glanced around only to discover that everyone had retreated from where he stood, their faces filled with fear. Many of these people used to talk happily with Xianxia and Nanshang like brothers and sister, drinking and having fun together while discussing their bright futures. However, now, they all avoided Xianxia like a viper, terrified that they might be swept up in Yang Kai's wrath because of him. The person who drinks the water knows best if it is warm or cold. Self-awareness can only come from within. Xianxia suddenly felt a little disheartened and bitter, unable to stop himself from glaring at those around him cynically, sneering at these former friends who were now doing their best to distance themselves from him. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood where he was, slowly blinking as he pinched the little sword in his hand, his brow furrowed as his true chi roiled and fluctuated. Hong long long. The sound of thunder resounded throughout the sky, like the beat of a giant drum shaking the very heavens and earth, causing everyone's ears to ring and their hearts to pound. As the wind howled, the dark clouds that now covered all of War City became thicker and thicker, gradually immersing the entire city in a profound darkness without a trace of light. Suddenly being covered in this blanket of darkness, no one knew what was happening. All the cultivators at the scene whispered to each other as they stared up at the dark sky, anxiety and fear slowly creeping into their hearts. Floating far in the distance, Meng Wuya, who had his arms crossed behind his back, carefully watched this sudden change, a bright light flashing past his eyes as he stared at the unmoving Yang Kai, a look of anticipation appearing on his face. "Master, master!" Xianing Chang called out as she flew towards him, having run out of the mansion at some unknown point. Meng Wuya glanced over at her and gently lifted a finger to his lips, signaling her to calm herself. Xianing Chang couldn't help shrink her neck embarrassedly and softly ask, "Master, what is happening to junior brother?" "I don't know. It looks like devil's practices, but his consciousness is still completely intact. I really don't understand what is going on with that little brat. He really loves making others worry." Meng Wuya muttered in a depressed tone. Since he came to War City, he had been roped into helping Yang Kai a number of times. Although he kept saying to Yang Kai that he wouldn't intervene in any way with the inheritance war, when the latter faced some difficulties, he really had no choice but to step in. "So is something wrong with him right now?" Xianing Chang's beautiful eyes filled with worry as she anxiously asked. "He should be fine." Meng Wuya slowly shook his head, his expression becoming a bit profound. "Not only is he all right, judging from his current appearance, it seems like he's about to break through." "Break through?" Xianing Chang exclaimed, her delicate hands covering her small mouth. Looking up at the thick layer of black clouds in the sky and feeling a devastating power condensing within them, she couldn't help paling slightly, suddenly realizing what was happening. "Master, do you mean to say that this phenomenon was brought about by junior brother's breakthrough?" "It should be." Meng Wuya was honestly quite shocked as well. He had neither seen nor heard of any cultivator creating such a massive disturbance when only breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. The world energy gathering in the dark clouds high above were definitely not something an ordinary immortal ascension boundary cultivator could handle. Even Meng Wuya, in his current state, wasn't certain he could withstand it. Such a baptism. Will junior brother be able to endure it? Xianing Chang asked anxiously. Every time a cultivator breaks through a great realm, they will cause some changes in their immediate surroundings, pulling in the nearby world energy to baptizing their bodies. During this baptism, a cultivator could rapidly absorb this world energy to strengthen themselves, but each cultivator had a different aptitude and physique, so the benefits they could harvest from this process would vary greatly. The better one's aptitude, and the stronger their physique and the more benefits they could obtain. When Xianing Chang broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, she also experienced this phenomenon, but the amount of world energy she managed to draw towards herself was less than a tenth of what was now gathering. This phenomenon could no longer be called a baptism, but instead a disaster. It will be up to his fortune, Meng Wuya quickly said, a thick worry also developing on his brow. His treasured apprentice was quite attached to that little bastard, so if he was to encounter any kind of accident, his treasured apprentice would definitely be heartbroken. On top of that, he too was somewhat fond of this little brat, and felt it would be a shame for him to die so young in such an unfortunate circumstance. This brat, he's definitely capable of breaking through this world's bonds and ascending to a higher realm. Meng Wuya was quite interested in seeing just how far he could go. How could he suddenly try to break through at such a tenuous moment? Xianxia said with tears in her eyes. Yang Kai was still in the midst of a battlefield, yet now he also had to worry about this world energy baptism. If he were to be disturbed in any way, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. He probably gained some kind of sudden enlightenment during the fight. Meng Wuya sighed. This kind of opportunity was not something that could be sought or controlled. By overcoming some kind of formidable obstacle, Yang Kai had obtained a kind of sublimation. This kind of sudden blessing wasn't something that could be suppressed. The only option was to go with the flow. Pausing for a moment, Meng Wuya calmly said, "Rest assured, if the situation really becomes dangerous, this old master won't just sit idly by." Xianxia nodded lightly, her pair of crystal-clear eyes staring over towards where Yang Kai stood. Although the sun had disappeared from War City and it had grown dark, those with strong cultivation were still able to see what was happening. At the sight, Yang Zhao suddenly realized what was happening, staring towards Yang Kai somewhat oddly as he called out, "Ninth brother, are you thinking of breaking through right here, right now?" Yang Kai glanced over at him, took a deep breath, and firmly nodded. Tang Yuxian was also quite shocked by this sudden development and couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Yang Zhao laughed snidely as he wore a bitter smile, tightly clenching his fists as he ground his teeth. "Do you think second brother is going to let you peacefully break through here?" "I don't." Yang Kai shook his head. "If second brother wants to try to stop me, you are welcome to try, as long as you can afford the consequences." Yang Zhao's expression became cold, his eyes slowly filling with dread and hesitation. He couldn't immediately make up his mind whether to fight with Yang Kai here, even with two blood warriors on his side. Yang Zhao couldn't stop Yang Kai from killing Nansheng. At this moment, Yang Kai already possessed such terrifying strength. Once he was allowed to break through to the immortal ascension boundary, he would only become even more powerful. If that were to happen, he may never be able to catch up with him. Right now was a unique opportunity. If he didn't seize it, Yang Zhao felt like he would regret it for the rest of his life. Hong long long. The sound of boring thunder resounded again, causing Yang Kai's expression to become somewhat strained. Above his head, the tumbling black clouds slowly swirled and transformed into a great vortex. Following the lines of this, an unstoppable suction emerged from Yang Kai's body and began swallowing the surrounding world energy. Fury, madness, cruelty, bloodthirst, murderous intent. All of these malicious auras exploded out from Yang Kai's position, blanketing the entirety of War City, seemingly transforming it into a hellish purgatory. Of the tens of thousands of people in War City, more than 60% of them suddenly felt their heartbeats accelerate, the hidden dark impulses in their thoughts suddenly surfacing as their temperaments were affected by these evil auras. A moment later, Yang Kai had risen to a height of several tens of meters and stood perfectly still, the vortex of black clouds rotating faster and faster. All of a sudden, a bolt of concentrated dark energy struck towards Yang Kai. Along with a great shout, Yang Kai's body seemed to become a bottomless pit, and in the blink of an eye, completely absorbed this bolt of energy. Yang Zhao's face went pale with shock. He hadn't anticipated that Yang Kai would be able to cope with this mass of world energy so easily, the hesitation in his eyes suddenly giving way to firmness. Xiang Chu's anxious voice called out at this moment, "Second young lord, this opportunity will only appear once. It cannot be missed." Nansheng had died right in front of him, and he was certain he would soon follow in his footsteps. However, at this moment, Yang Kai had unexpectedly been thrust into a critical situation where he had no choice but to break through. Suddenly seeing a glimmer of hope to survive, he naturally did everything he could to encourage Yang Zhao to order an attack. As long as Yang Kai didn't die, Xianxia knew he would die sooner or later. The Yang family's 9th young lord was a man of his word. Moreover, while Yang Kai was making this breakthrough, he would likely not have any energy to spare to deal with him. Realizing all of this clearly, Xianxia had not hesitated to call out. Qiu Yimeng and the others suddenly showed a nervous look when they realized the change in Yang Zhao's expression. Moreover, under the influence of the pervasive malicious intent radiating from Yang Kai, Yang Zhao's mental state had obviously become somewhat unstable, making it difficult for him to make a rational decision. He had already been subtly affected. Both of them were direct descendants of the Yang family. One was the second oldest while the other was the youngest, yet at this moment, the latter realized his achievements were far less than his little brother's, inevitably giving birth to some feelings of envy. This negative emotion was then further magnified by the surrounding environment, causing Yang Zhao's eyes to take on a reddish hue. Second young lord, his breakthrough will definitely fail if you can disturb him, Xianxia coldly shouted, striking while the iron was hot. Yang Zhao finally made up his mind and nodded heavily, waving his hand towards the sky as he ruthlessly ordered, "Stop him at any cost!" The two blood warriors beside Yang Zhao both grimaced, showing distressed expressions. As one of them had said before, everyone from the Blood Warrior Hall was very grateful to Yang Kai. However, at this moment, Yang Zhao had actually ordered them to stop Yang Kai from breaking through. In an instant, they were uncertain about what to do. Yang Kai was now at a very critical juncture. If he was disturbed and really failed during this promotion process, it was quite possible for him to die, his body and soul both being completely erased. Even if the result wasn't so extreme, it would at least halt his cultivation at the true element boundary 9th stage. How could the two blood warriors be willing? But although they felt disgruntled and disappointed at this course of action, Yang Zhao was still their current master, the young lord they had chosen to follow, so they had no choice but to obey his command. Since when did this old master not exist? Old Demon grinned fiercely and let out an evil laugh. Watching this situation develop, Old Demon's blood had already begun to boil, eager to cause some mayhem. At this moment, seeing Yang Zhao recklessly issue such an order, he joined together with Tang Yuxian to block the two blood warriors. "Yang Zhao, you're insane," Qiu Yimeng angrily shouted, swiftly signaling to the cultivators behind her and forming a human wall around Yang Kai, vowing to protect his safety. "Whoever dares to block me dies." Yang Zhao also issued commands to his allies to launch a comprehensive assault. After having the darkness in his heart amplified, Yang Zhao no longer hesitated. At the rear of the crowd, Xianxia laughed insidiously as he stared towards the seemingly immobile Yang Kai, who could only float there to accept the world energy's baptism, snickering visibly. Yang Kai obviously did not miss this, turning his eyes towards him and coldly declaring, "Nansheng is dead. You won't escape either." Xianxia couldn't stop himself from stumbling backwards, only stabilizing himself after taking a number of steps, immediately trying to put up a strong front. "Yang Kai, don't try to frighten me. First cross your current tribulation before trying to talk big." The cultivators on both sides had already engaged in a full-scale conflict. Old Demon and Tang Yuxian had joined forces to resist not only the two blood warriors around Yang Zhao, but also more than a dozen Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the latter's allies. Although Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai's allies were fewer in number, they had all gathered together around Yang Kai, so they were able to coordinate and assist each other, ensuring they wouldn't be defeated in short order. The brilliance of various artifacts and martial skills suddenly cut through and illuminated the darkness in War City. Great explosions rang out as an intense battle suddenly erupted. Inside the tea house, Yang Wei shook his head slowly. "Second brother has gone too far." Lu Qingyao also nodded lightly. Although the inheritance war encouraged ruthlessness, this moment was of critical importance to Yang Kai. If an accident were to occur, it would affect things for the rest of his life. Saying so, Yang Wei quickly stood up and threw off his cloak, revealing his original appearance. "Does eldest young lord intend to interfere?" Lu Qingyao narrowed his eyes and faintly asked. N. Yang Wei nodded firmly. As the Yang family's eldest young lord, I must take action. After leaving these words, he leapt from the tea house, his guardian blood warrior following close behind, and rushed to the battlefield. Lu Qingyao suddenly laughed. Eldest young lord, you truly are a man of honor. Yang Wei said he was interfering as the Yang family's eldest young lord, meaning that this time he would not be acting as a competitor in the inheritance war, but as a member of the Yang family. Yang Wei could have taken this opportunity to mobilize his own allies and attack Yang Kai's mansion, or join forces with Yang Kai to attack Yang Zhao. But he did not choose either of these options. Obviously, he prioritized stabilizing the situation rather than taking advantage of it, a decision Lu Qingyao deeply respected. A moment later, Yang Wei arrived nearby Yang Kai's forces. When Xiao Yimeng noticed him, she immediately became alert as she loudly challenged, "What is eldest young lord's purpose in coming here?" Seeing the suspicion and concern in her eyes, Yang Wei said nothing and simply nodded towards his guardian blood warrior, the latter charging straight into Yang Zhao's lines, sending the already superheated battlefield further into chaos. Witnessing this, Xiao Yimeng couldn't help blushing slightly as she respectfully called out, "Many thanks, eldest young lord, for your assistance." Yang Wei simply nodded before stepping back, indicating he had no other intentions here. This scene was also clearly seen by Yang Kai, causing him to feel slightly heartened. Nodding gratefully to his big brother, the two brothers only exchanging a silent glance with no need for superfluous words. Down below, Xianxia continuously incited conflict while doing his best to taunt Yang Kai, hoping to interfere with his state of mind. He didn't dare to rush up and face him head-on, so he could only use this despicable method to vent his hatred and cover his fear. Right now, his only wish was to disturb Yang Kai's focus and cause his breakthrough to fail. Everyone on Yang Kai's side wore angry expressions as they listened to Xianxia's stream of foul language, but no one had any spare capacity to shut him up, only further emboldening him. Glaring at Xianxia menacingly, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and summoned a small doll with light blue hair into his hand, flicking its forehead with his finger a few times. In the distance, among the spectating crowds, a seemingly petite woman wrapped in a black robe suddenly called out in pain, covering her forehead with her two delicate hands as she resentfully stared up into the sky. On the other end of her gaze, she saw Yang Kai bend his fingers again. Not daring to delay any longer, the woman shot up into the air and loudly shouted, "I'm here already! Don't flick it!" Yang Kai's movements stopped when he heard this ire-filled voice. Seeing him no longer preparing to flick the doll's forehead, Shui Ling let out a sigh of relief before directing a sullen look towards Yang Kai, grinding her teeth as she spat. "What the hell do you want? Help me this time and this thing is yours," Yang Kai shouted as he lifted the little doll, seemingly enduring great pressure as he spoke. "Really?" Shui Ling was suddenly overjoyed, her eyes shifting back and forth between the doll and Yang Kai's face, clearly filled with anticipation. Seeing her expression, Yang Kai tossed the doll made from her hair to Shui Ling, who reflexively grabbed it, tightly holding onto it like a precious treasure, unable to stop herself from laughing happily. Since enduring the torture of this soul-binding curse, Shui Ling had hated this little doll to the extreme and had spent every waking moment imaging how she would steal it from Yang Kai and regain her freedom. In order to facilitate this, she had remained in War City and secretly looked for opportunities. But after such a long time, no such change appeared as she did not dare to easily set foot in Yang Kai's mansion. But all of a sudden she had easily obtained the prized object she had even dreamed of. Shui Ling suddenly felt that the invisible layer of shackles which bound her disappear, the link between her and the little doll vanishing. At this moment she was once again free, solemnly putting the doll into her pocket, patting it lightly to make sure it was secure. Shui Ling then calmed down and turned her eyes curiously towards Yang Kai and sneered, "Aren't you afraid that I'll just take this thing and run? Feel free. Even without your help I'll be fine. But remember that those who dare betray me never have good ends." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Shui Ling spat disdainfully and snorted, "Even at such a time, you're still trying to talk big, humph." Though she said that, After a short pause, she continued, "But you're in luck. You haven't seen wrong. This girl is not the kind of person who doesn't pay her debts." Although Yang Kai had tortured her that night, he had still been quite calculative as he did so. He had only let her feel some pain and never actually wounded her. Moreover, even after such a long time, Yang Kai had never used the little doll to embarrass or coerce her. If he had wanted to shame or disgrace her, Shui Ling knew she wouldn't be able to resist. Over time, Shui Ling realized that this man wasn't a despicable villain. His only motive in controlling her was because he was truly afraid of her. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Shui Ling asked. "Capture that man for me." Yang Kai stared towards Xianxia in the distance. "A simple matter." Shui Ling snorted pridefully and flicked her wrist, a nearly transparent stream of water suddenly shooting out from her hand. This stream of water was like a sentient rope, bypassing the chaotic crowd and honing in on its target, instantly wrapping up the still cursing Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked and immediately pushed his true qi in order to resist, but against the methods of an elite Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage cultivator, what could Xianxia's resistance possibly achieve? No matter how hard he tried, the stream of water binding him didn't budge. "Come here." Shui Ling let out a light shout and gave the water rope a tug, the panicked Xianxia quickly being dragged in front of her. "Stop struggling or else." Shui Ling frowned as she lightly snorted, hitting Xianxia's shoulder before casually tossing him to Yang Kai like she was tossing away a piece of garbage. The whole sequence of events really just a simple matter for her. Seeing Yang Kai's cold, indifferent face up close, all the color drained from Xianxia's face as he hurriedly shouting, "Ninth young lord, forgive me." Yang Kai sneered, "Trying to repent now? Too late, sir." From the dark clouds covering the sky, a tremendous bolt of energy fell onto Yang Kai. Under this raging torrent of world energy, Xianxia, who was in close proximity to Yang Kai, had his true qi sealed, and was placed directly under this bolt of energy. Once it hit, Xianxia's figure quickly swelling up as his skin started to show cracks on it. The damage was so large that his eyes started to bulge out and all of his flesh peeled from his bones. However, this gruesome scene was only on display for a split second. Halala! With a muffled bang, Xianxia exploded into a bloody fog, with not even his bones remaining. The fierce battlefield suddenly stopped for a moment and everyone stared incredulously at the bloody cloud drifting through the air, all of them seemingly stunned that the young lord of the Xiang family would die so miserably. Nanshang had been killed first, and now Xianxia had died without any hope of burial. Yang Kai, he really did what he said he would. Even Yang Zhao couldn't protect these two people. "All our debts have been cleared," Shui Ling said triumphantly to Yang Kai, the latter simply nodding before slowly closing his eyes. His breakthrough was fast approaching and he no longer had time to pay attention to outside affairs. At this moment, he could only focus on fully withstanding the world energy baptism while waiting for the opportunity to open his knowledge sea and officially enter the Immortal Ascension boundary. After Xianxia was murdered, the devastating energy contained in the dark clouds seemed to become completely active. One bolt of energy after another streamed towards Yang Kai in a never-ending torrent, causing the heartbeats of everyone present to race, wondering whether or not the Yang family's youngest young lord would be reborn from this baptism or forever destroyed. Yang Zhao stared up into the sky gloomily and yelled, "Big brother, does this mean you are standing on ninth brother's side?" Yang Wei shook his head and said flatly, "Big brother is not taking ninth brother's side. It is second brother who is taking things too far. Come to your senses and think about what you are doing right now. In order to win the inheritance war, any method may be used." "I certainly know what I am doing," Yang Zhao coldly snorted. Yang Wei's expression dimmed slightly inside. "You wanting to protect Nanshang and Xianxia from ninth brother?" Big brother had nothing to say. "But you trying to stifle ninth brother's future achievements? Big brother can't just stand by and feign ignorance. If the situation was reversed, I'm certain ninth brother wouldn't disturb second brother's breakthrough to the next great realm." Like he had been struck by lightning, Yang Zhao was stunned, his face blushing with embarrassment and his expression twisting painfully. But soon this was replaced by his previous ruthlessness, mixed with a trace of madness. Right now, he was unable to stabilize his mood. If he was completely sober, he may be able to realize the folly of his actions. But as of this moment, the only thought in his mind was of defeating Yang Kai. Honk! As the two brothers spoke, a great bang suddenly resounded, and with this thunderous noise, an even thicker and more insidious demonic chi began spreading out from Yang Kai's body. Affected by this aura, all the cultivators present, including those who had reached the immortal ascension boundary, found it difficult to suppress the evil in their hearts. Only old demon laughed happily. Amidst this rich demonic chi, his power even seemed to rise a bit. What exactly is happening with this little brat? In the distance, Meng Wuya's expression was dignified as he muttered to himself. He couldn't understand how Yang Kai had so much demonic qi in his body. Where had his previous true Yang Yuan qi gone? That should be the nemesis of demonic qi. Is there any danger, master? Xianxia said anxiously. Even so far away she had received some of the demonic qi's effect, but the pale blue gem on her forehead was emitting a soft glow that seemed to dispel the darkness around her. I don't know. Meng Wuya was also at a loss. His consciousness should be completely immersed in his mind, so he had no way to control the burst of energy coming from his body. This breakthrough was different from all previous breakthroughs. When a cultivator promoted to the immortal ascension boundary, rather than a change in their true qi, the primary focus was the opening of their knowledge sea. Right now, Yang Kai's consciousness was definitely focused inwards, so it was likely he wasn't paying any attention to his physical body, resulting in him losing control of the demonic qi within him, wantonly releasing it into his surroundings. The situation is becoming worse. Seeing that the battle becoming more and more violent, Meng Wuya's face showed deep concern. He was not worried about whether Yang Kai could safely pass this trial, but rather what would happen to the people in War City who were affected by this evil force. If tens of thousands of people in War City had their minds corrupted because of Yang Kai's breakthrough, he would become a great sinner. Spreading his divine sense out, Meng Wuya's face only became darker and darker. He noticed that various disputes and even some battles had broken out throughout War City. These people had nothing to do with the inheritance war, but after the demonic qi from Yang Kai's body had stimulated their evil impulses, they had slowly lost control of their emotions, turning small grievances and arguments into full-on conflicts. At this moment, the entire city was devolving into a battlefield with swords being drawn and blood being spilled in various places. And as time passed, things were only getting worse. Unless Yang Kai could take back this demonic qi into his body, the situation would become irreparable. The breakthrough of a single person actually affected an entire city. It was like a myth from ancient times. Meng Wuya couldn't conceal his shock. Suddenly, his expression changed as he quickly stared towards the center of War City and sighed. It's finally alarmed them. Alarmed who? Xianxia asked anxiously. Those old ghosts. Meng Wuya took a deep breath and said, You go back to the house first. I'm afraid things are about to become unsafe. I don't want to go back. Xianxia shook her head frantically as she stared towards Yang Kai in the distance. Junior brother is still there. Go back. Meng Wuya gently comforted. Don't worry. I will bring Yang Kai back safely. Xianxia hesitated for a while before reluctantly nodding. Master, if you can't bring him back, then disciple will also die. After leaving these ominous words, Xianxia turned around and rushed towards Yang Kai's mansion. She knew that she could do nothing to help Yang Kai in this situation, and if she insisted on going, she would only become a burden to her master. So she obediently returned. Looking at the quickly fading back of his treasured apprentice, Meng Wuya smiled bitterly, really wondering what debt he owed to Yang Kai in his previous life that kept forcing him to help him. Staring across the distance and seeing 8 figures flying towards Yang Kai, Meng Wuya sighed and began striding forward. These 8 figures were the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension boundary masters that had been deployed to War City. All of them were over 100 years old and would normally sit in the Seal Temple, ignoring all worldly affairs. Earlier today, they had not paid any attention to this conflict. Even if Yang Zhao and Yang Kai killed on another, they would not interfere. But now they couldn't sit still any longer. All of War City was blanketed by demonic chi, and everyone was slowly being affected, forcing them to step forward to deal with the matter. The expressions on these 8 people's faces were indifferent, some of them even showing some slight displeasure at being disturbed by Yang Kai. Rapidly reaching Yang Kai's position, the 8 masters came to a halt. No one had noticed the approach of these 8 old men, so when they suddenly appeared, everyone was caught off guard. Enough! Yang Liting snorted. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai's allies, who were fiercely attacking each other, immediately paused, as if this word contained some kind of magic which could forcibly stop their movements. Yang Wei quickly recovered and hurriedly cupped his fists. Greeting 8 seniors. Yang Zhao, whose eyes were still red, also quickly adjusted his expression, wearing a respectful face and doing the same. In front of these 8 old men, he didn't dare show any disrespect. Lu Qingyao in the nearby tea house also quickly rushed over and politely bowed. Everyone suddenly became quite respectful. Yang Liting shot a faint glance towards Yang Zhao, his face still indifferent as he raised his hand and sent a burst of energy towards him. Under the influence of this energy, Yang Zhao's eyes immediately restored their former clarity. Blankly staring at the chaos in front of him, he recalled each of his own orders and actions, beads of sweat filling his forehead. After being shaken away, he finally regained his sanity. Unable to bear a trivial bit of demonic chi, you think you are qualified to be a child of the Yang family with such weak mental strength? Yang Liting spat. Yang Zhao immediately paled, deeply lowering his head and cupping his fists. Junior has disappointed Grand Elder. Yang Liting snorted and no longer paid any attention to him, causing Yang Zhao to further criticize himself. This kind of blatant disregard deeply wounded his pride, and he couldn't help thinking that he really was worse than his 9th brother. As this thought flashed across his mind, he quickly dispelled it, afraid he would be affected by his negative mood again. If that were to really happen, his very future in the Yang family might become uncertain. You're not bad. Yang Liting took a look at Yang Wei and nodded gently. Yang Wei was slightly surprised and quickly replied, Grand Elder is too kind. Yang Zhao was influenced by the demonic chi while Yang Wei was able to firmly maintain his heart. This earned Yang Liting's approval. This little girl is also not bad. A slightly fat old man looked at Qiu Yimeng and laughed. She was also one of the few people who wasn't affected by Yang Kai. Of course my Qiu family people are good. Qiu Dao Ren's face showed a hint of pride. Qiu Yimeng's performance had also made him quite satisfied. Greetings, Grand Elder. Qiu Yimeng stepped forward and immediately asked, May Junior inquire as to 8 seniors' purpose in arriving here? As she spoke, her expression filled with nervous color. These 8 old men had never once appeared in public during the course of the Inheritance War and normally wouldn't pay any attention to worldly affairs. So them suddenly appearing now was clearly because of Yang Kai's current state. Right now, Yang Kai's situation was troubling. The 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land had many deep-seated grievances, especially those of the older generation. They abhorred anything to do with the devil's path and all those who cultivated it. So under these circumstances, how could Qiu Yimeng not be worried? Qiu Daoren smiled temperately as he replied, If you want to know, you should ask Brother Yang. All of this was caused by a member of the Yang family. Qiu Yimeng immediately turned her attention to Yang Liting. The latter didn't say a word though, instead just staring at Yang Kai, who was still enduring the world energy baptism, his expression gradually becoming cold. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help her heart from clenching, a feeling of uneasiness growing within her. Yang Liting's expression clearly showed his dissatisfaction, but Yang Kai was still a member of the Yang family, his descendant. If it was anyone else, Yang Liting would probably have already killed him. Old man, just sit back and watch. Don't get any ideas about my young master, or this old master will be impolite. Old Demon grinned and yelled at Yang Liting, seemingly ignorant of life and death. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange. Someone actually dared act arrogantly in front of an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. When they heard Old Demon, all 8 Grand Elders turned their heads at the same time, their divine senses instantly locking onto Old Demon, who in response violently pushed his own devil chi, coordinating with the evil energy Xianxia was releasing, giving everyone the impression that a battle was about to break out. His evil cultivation technique? Was it taught by you? Yang Liting casually asked, obviously not putting Old Demon in his eyes. Heh. About that, you're wrong. Old Demon slowly shook his head, not a trace of fear apparent on his face. This old master doesn't have the qualifications to teach young master. All of this is a result of his own cultivation. It is your Yang family's blessing to have someone like young master. You should cherish him. Your family's future will definitely depend on young master. Old Demon had loudly and unhesitantly reproved the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, causing everyone to stare at him in shock. Ridiculous! Yang Liting coldly snorted and waved his hand. Facing this palm strike, Old Demon couldn't help his knees from bending slightly, almost falling to the ground, but he somehow managed to hold himself upright. On the other hand, the blood demon puppet that was close by exploded into a blood fog, even its bones disintegrating. Old Demon's eyes suddenly flashed a cold light as he glared at Yang Liting. The 8 absolute Immortal Ascension boundary masters all wrinkled their brows, none of them having thought Old Demon could withstand even this strike. Even though Yang Liting hadn't used all of his strength, this strike wasn't something an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension cultivator could resist. At the very least, his bones should have broken and he should have vomited blood as he knelt on the ground. However, Old Demon had only stumbled slightly. This was not something an Immortal Ascension masters should be capable of. Although Yang Liting was quite annoyed with Old Demon, he was still one of this world's peak characters. Since he had failed to make the latter kneel with a single strike, continuing to attack would only cause him to lose face, so he just coldly snorted and ignored him. Seeing this, Old Demon laughed lowly, his aura becoming dangerous as he continued staring at Yang Liting. His blood demon puppet wasn't easy to refine, so seeing it vaporized by Yang Liting naturally caused him to be annoyed. But considering Xianxia's current condition and the general situation, Old Demon could only choke down his anger, not daring to start an unnecessary fight. Senior Yang? Qiu Meng cautiously called out, her heart filled with uneasy and her mouth feeling parched. Xianxia is currently breaking through. If you have any instructions for him, could you perhaps tell this Junior? Junior will definitely convey your words for you. She already had an idea about what Yang Liting's thoughts were in her heart, but she couldn't confirm them, so the best she could do was use this kind of rhetoric to gain some time for Xianxia, hoping Yang Liting would place more emphasis on family relations and allow this incident to pass. Unfortunately, Yang Liting didn't even bother to respond to her. His eyes were completely focused on Xianxia, who was still accepting the world Qi baptism. The only thing Qiu Meng could understand was his gradually sinking expression. The evil energy in the unyielding golden skeleton had been pouring out without pause since Xianxia's consciousness had been submerged into his mind. At this time, there was no sign of the demonic Qi converging. In fact, it was expanding instead. Yang Liting's brow wrinkled, and the other 7 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters' faces weren't very attractive either. Brother Yang, this kid seems to be consumed by the devil's practices, the fat old man sighed. It's a pity that such a good seedling has fallen onto the wrong path. He had already tried to convince Yang Liting to come forward and help Xianxia suppress this demonic Qi, but Yang Liting hadn't listened, delaying until things had gone beyond the point of no return. Just how can there be so much demonic Qi in his body? Another of the old men frowned, voicing his greatest doubt. It was impossible for a true element boundary 9th stage cultivator to have so much true Qi. His Dantian and Meridian weren't bottomless pits after all. Yet the amount of energy Xianxia had already released was almost the equivalent of a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master's entire reserve, and he showed no signs that this was his limit. It seems like he has been practicing this evil cultivation technique for quite some time. One old man added, turning his head and staring at Yang Liting. Brother Yang, what the hell are you going to do? Hurry up and make up your mind. If you simply allow him to continue like this, the tens of thousands of people in War City will fall onto the devil's path. Although he is a member of your Yang family, such a loss of life is still unacceptable. Don't presume to lecture me. Yang Liting coldly snorted, seemingly having reached a decision. Senior, what are you planning to do? Qiu Yimeng quickly stepped forward, the unease in her heart rapidly intensifying as she asked. Qiu Daoren wrinkled his brow and slowly extended his hand. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt like she had been bound by an invisible force and was swiftly pulled to Qiu Daoren's side. Grand Elder. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled. This is a Yang family matter. Don't interrupt. Qiu Daoren slowly shook his head and tapped Qiu Yimeng's body, locking her in place, unable to move. Qiu Yimeng couldn't even open her mouth, only able to passively observe, her eyes filling with anxiety and helplessness. You shut up too, you damn brat. The above Immortal Ascension boundary master from the Hua family shouted towards Xianxia, who he saw was about to speak up, quickly imprisoning him and pulling him over to his side. Experiencing this, Xianxia couldn't help rolling his eyes. The two eight great families' descendants had lost their ability to speak instantly, causing everyone else present to immediately realize how dire the situation had become. These 8 people obviously wanted to do something about Yang Kai, otherwise they would never have taken such overt action. Brother Yang, before it's too late, you must act. One of the old men said with some impatience. Normally they sat in the Seal Temple and only attended to their own cultivation, hoping to enlighten themselves and reach a step further while they still lived. But today, because of the disturbance caused by Yang Kai, they were forced to appear. Naturally, some of them were disgruntled. Not everyone was like the fat old man who sympathized with the experience of Yang Kai and felt sorry about his wasted potential. Yang Liting nodded lightly and glanced at the various younger generation leaders who gathered around Yang Kai and said, "Stand aside." At this critical juncture, though, Dong Qinghan, although clearly nervous, still stood his ground firmly in front of Yang Kai, asking in a neither humble nor flurried manner, "About Senior's intentions, could you please explain to this junior?" The Hu sister also immediately stepped forward and stood beside Dong Qinghan, staring seriously at Yang Liting. The 4 girls of 10,000 Flower Palace, Luo Xiaoman of Purple Fern Valley, Zuofang of Pure Heart Palace, Chu Jingshan of Soaring Feather Pavilion, the 5 Immortal Ascension boundary of the Duanmu family. Everyone came forward and lined up. The 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters all couldn't help feeling shocked. None of them had imagined that Yang Kai's charm would be so great. Even in this kind of situation, there were still people who dared to defend for him. They also faintly realized that if Qiu Yimeng and Xianxia weren't being detained by their family's grand elders, they would also be standing against them, perhaps even taking the lead roles. Yang Liting didn't show any emotion, simply nodding and patiently saying, "I intend to stop him from breakthrough." Hearing this, everyone paled. Dong Qinghan sharply asking, "Why? If Yang Kai's breakthrough was forcibly stopped here, his cultivation might be destroyed, causing him to degenerate into an ordinary mortal, falling from the clouds to the bottom of the world. Such a blow, it was likely no one could withstand it." Yang Liting remained indifferent as he slowly shook his head. He has been consumed by the devil's practices. Once he breaks through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, he will no longer be the person you once knew. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Old Demon and continued, "My 8 great families and the wicked demons of this world are mortal enemies, and no such heretic can be allowed to emerge from our families. Isn't that just Senior's speculation?" Dong Qinghan frowned, not backing down. Being repeatedly questioned, and by a junior no less, Yang Liting suddenly became unhappy, coldly snorting. "This is the experience of we old masters. We have witnessed such things happen many times before. Among the 8 great families, it was not like no one had ever studied an evil cultivation technique, but every such person, with the increase in their strength, would gradually experience changes in their personality, leaning more and more towards violent, bloodthirsty, and wicked means. Any such character that appeared would be directly executed or wasted in order to avoid future disasters. Just because it has happened before doesn't mean it will happen this time too." Dong Qinghan's emotions were clearly boiling. For such an arbitrary reason, these 8 old men actually wanted to stifle Yang Kai at this crucial moment? He couldn't accept it. "This old master won't debate theory with you. You're not qualified to question my judgment. Yang Liting's patience had reached its limit. The only reason he had even bothered explaining just now was because he respected the loyalty these people had shown Yang Kai. But now a group of little brats actually dared run their mouths off in front of him, delaying him from cleaning up the stain on his family's honor. How could Yang Liting not become angry? Junior firmly believes that brother Yang Kai will control his own heart and will not fall onto the devil's path. Dong Qinghan shouted. We also believe in him. The Hu sisters echoed immediately. We too believe. One after another, voice after voice rang out, garnering the respect and admiration of all those who were spectating. Even Yang Zhao felt a deep sense of inferiority at this moment. The number of forces he had gathered numbered several times that of Yang Kai's. However, Yang Zhao felt like if it was instead him in Yang Kai's position at this moment, those who had gathered around him would not be nearly as determined to shelter him as Dong Qinghan, the Hu sisters, and all of Yang Kai's other allies. The relationship between him and his allies was only one of mutual interests. On the other hand, those who were supporting Ninth Brother seemed to be doing so out of pure sincerity, true friends who would not abandon him even in such unfavorable circumstances. Having this awareness forces upon him, Yang Zhao's mouth twisted into a bitter grin, glancing over at the unconscious Yang Kai wrapped in demonic qi, his eyes flashing an envious look. He too wished to have such comrades. Even Yang Wei frowned and began to speak. Grand Elder, just now, even though Ninth Brother was engulfed by demonic qi, this junior personally saw that his consciousness was clear and his demeanor hadn't changed. Perhaps. This is not a place where you may speak, Yang Liting bluntly said. Yes. Yang Wei helplessly retreated and kept his silence. If Senior wants to stop brother Yang Kai's breakthrough, then he will have to pass us first. Dong Qinghan took a deep breath and firmly declared, making the strength of his resolve known. Although he was the only one who spoke, all of Yang Kai's allies wore expressions that silently made their thoughts known. Even though she couldn't move or speak, tears still began forming in Xiao Yimeng's pair of beautiful eyes as she witnessed this moving scene. Hua Xingchun also felt an inexplicable sense of pride as his blood seemed to boil. In a situation that could only be described as a mantis trying to stop a runaway cart, such steadfast resolve and willingness to sacrifice had greatly moved the Hua family young lord. He only wished he too could stand there alongside these people and passionately declares his fearlessness in the face of certain death. Just thinking about not being able to step forward to join these allies of his, the Hua family young lord suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt. With just you, Yang Liting slowly shook his head, his expression cold and indifferent. He was an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. Although there were quite a few people standing in his way, them trying to block his path was nothing but a fantasy. If they aren't enough, then what if you add us as well? A loud voice rang out, and with a burst of wind, 7 figures quickly flew over. Hong 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 hong. 7 people fell like meteors from the sky, stirring up a violent storm upon their landing, forming a line in front of Dong Qinghan and the others. Seeing these 7 new figures, Dong Qinghan's eyes brightened, the tightness he felt in his chest relaxing somewhat. These 7 people were none other than the 7 blood warriors who had been forbidden from participating in the inheritance war, but who had still pledged loyalty to Yang Kai. Tu Feng, Chu Gao Yi, Shaoshun, Luo Hai, Yen Lingxing, Wu Ju, and Fuzong had all come. The arrival of these 7 blood warriors allowed Dong Qinghan and Yang Kai's other allies to relax somewhat. Confronting the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension boundary masters with only a few members of the younger generation, they were obviously scared, but with these 7 masters taking a stand, they finally felt like they had some capital with which to put up a resistance. Tang Yuxian swiftly arrived by Tu Feng's side. Besides Ying Jiu, who was missing at the moment, the remaining 8 blood warriors had all gathered here. Even though they were facing 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, they showed no fear. 8 versus 8. Although the numbers were equal, their gap in strength was still vast. On one side were grand elders from the 8 great families, true pinnacle existences. On the other side, of the 8 blood warriors present, only 4 had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stages, the other 4 were still at the 8th stages. Mad Tyrant blood skill. The moment Tu Feng and the other blood warriors arrived, They didn't hesitate to directly display their trump card. Violent energy fluctuations immediately bursting from their bodies as their complexions turned a light red, each of their blood forces rapidly intensifying. Yang Zhao and the cultivators down below who were observing were dumbfounded. 7 blood warriors used their mad tyrant blood skills simultaneously. Who among them had ever witnessed such a magnificent display? Blood warriors were synonymous with the word strong. Each one of them was essentially invincible among their peers, even capable of defeating opponents with higher cultivations than themselves. And the Mad Tyrant blood skill was their ultimate technique, which normally would only be used under extreme circumstances. Could be said that seeing a blood warrior activate their Mad Tyrant blood skill was already a rare event, but now 7 of them had actually done so simultaneously. The momentum emanating from these 7 suddenly displaying this forbidden technique threw War City further into chaos. Even the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary old men were slightly surprised, none of them having anticipated this turn of events. Impudence! Yang Liting roared. Have you all forgotten your identities? Grand Elder, pardon our offense. Tu Feng's face turned red as his blood force soared, respectfully replying, although you are a Grand Elder of the Yang family, and we are all blood warriors of the Yang family, since the Elder Hall issued a decree that we are to serve the Little Lord, then it is natural for us to protect him in his moment of need. In your eyes, is his safety more important than the family's honor? Yang Liting asked coldly. In response, the 8 blood warriors immediately nodded, Tang Yuxian vocalizing their thoughts. Grand Elder, in accordance with the decree of the Elder Hall, we are now only loyal to the Little Lord. Therefore, his safety is obviously more important than the family's honor. If something were to happen to him and we stood by and did nothing, we would be guilty of an unforgivable sin. As such, we must defend you today. We only hope that Grand Elder can understand. How dare you! Yang Liting was very angry as he roared with dissatisfaction, his face slightly twitching. With his status and strength, no one had ever dared to disobey him. The Yang family blood warriors were a golden symbol of the Yang family, synonymous with loyalty. Yet today 8 blood warriors, who had always been hailed as the right arm of the Yang family, were willing to fight against him even if it cost them their lives. Not only so, they had openly declared their intentions in full view of the public. Yang Liting suddenly felt like his authority and majesty had been tarnished. Foolishness! The old man who had previously been goading Yang Liting into acting coldly snorted, seemingly quite disgruntled with the attitudes of these blood warriors. In his view, the masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall were supposed to be strong and loyal, yet in this situation they seemed more akin to stubborn idiots. We have no intentions of acting disrespectfully, but if seniors wish to act against the Little Lord, we will stop you. Tu Feng stared at the 8 old men in front of him and shook his head slowly. Even with the 8 of you together is not qualified to stop this elder. Yang Liting declared forcefully, seemingly determined to wipe clean the disgrace from the Yang family's honor, no matter who opposed him. What if you count this old master as well? A calm voice suddenly resounded, seemingly passing from far away yet simultaneously right next to everyone's ear. Hearing this voice, the 8 Immortal Ascension boundary couldn't help turning their heads and staring towards the source of the sound. Through the darkness, they seemed to see a person casually strolling through the air, almost like he was out for a relaxing walk, his expression the epitome of calm. He didn't seem to be moving very fast, but in only 3 of his light steps, he had already arrived directly in front of them, and whether it was intentional or unintentional, the position he stood at was slightly higher than the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Floating there, his expression remained tranquil and temperate, as if looking down at these 8 peak masters was only natural. Yang Liting and the other Grand Elders all wore serious expressions as they stared back at Meng Wuya, their brows gradually furrowing. Although the person in front of them only had a peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivation, all 8 of them felt he was not simple. Even the steps he had taken in order to arrive here seemed to contain a profound mystery to them. This mystical feeling was difficult for even the 8 of them to see through, much less comprehend. How could a cultivator at the peak Immortal Ascension boundary have such a deep understanding of the martial Tao? Each of the Grand Elders couldn't help feeling shocked. The 8 old men were well aware of the existence of Meng Wuya. After all, he had come to War City quite some time ago, but the only other thing they knew about him was that he seemed content to focus on his cultivation and didn't interfere unless absolutely necessary. All of them had thought he was just an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator. But now, the 8 above Immortal Ascension Masters realized that this peak Immortal Ascension boundary was not ordinary. Facing him, even a character like Yang Li Ting felt a sense of crisis and pressure from the bottom of his heart. His instincts screaming to him that, alone, he was not worthy to be this old man's opponent. There's also this old master. Another voice rang out this time. The 8 great families above Immortal Ascension boundary masters were unable to hide their surprise. They still knew about Meng Wuya. After all, the 8 of them would regularly scan every corner of War City with their powerful divine senses and had naturally detected his aura. However, this newcomer who had just spoke seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Not the slightest bit of his aura had been exposed. If he hadn't taken the initiative to show himself, the 8 Grand Elders likely would never have noticed him. Being able to completely hide from their perceptions, there was no need to speculate about this person's cultivation. An above Immortal Ascension boundary master. Only someone at the above Immortal Ascension boundary could do this. A master at the above Immortal Ascension boundary had actually hidden all this time inside War City. If this man had any malicious designs towards the younger generation members gathered in War City, the consequences were something the 8 Grand Elders all instantly sweat. Fortunately, he seemed to have no malicious intentions. Looking towards the source of this new voice, the 8 Grand Elders saw an old man with a pure white beard and a scholarly temperament walking towards them from the distance just as Meng Wuya had, causing no small disturbance in their hearts. What concerned the 8 Grand Elders the most was that this newcomer's steps seemed to contain the same mysticism as Meng Wuya's, though not as profound. The man came to a stop a dozen or so steps away from Meng Wuya and smiled towards him. Treasurer Meng smiled back at him wryly as he shook his head. I already knew you were in War City. Could you not resist coming forward at last? The old man chuckled lightly and apologized. Many thanks, Brother Meng. This time I've had to bother you with these issues as it wasn't convenient for me to appear. I know. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. I also want to sincerely thank Brother Meng for discussing the martial Tao with me for so many years. Ever since I broke through, the many questions I have not been able to understand have been cleared as though I receive enlightenment. No need. Meng Wuya smiled temperately. Between the two of us, there's no need to be polite. Seeing these 2 old men completely disregard them and instead hold their own mini-reunion, casually chatting with one another, the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension boundary masters' faces suddenly became somewhat ugly. This kind of behavior clearly indicated that these 2 didn't put them in their eyes. Although in their hearts they felt annoyed. From this short conversation between the 2, the 8 old men also heard something unusual. These 2 should be old acquaintances, likely friends, but the above Immortal Ascension boundary master actually seemed to act polite and respectful towards Meng Wuya, as if the latter was the senior rather than the junior. What exactly was happening? Was Meng Wuya really the greater expert? What qualifications and skills does he have that allowed him to discuss the martial Tao with the former, even causing him to sincerely thank him for his guidance? On top of that, Meng Wuya had essentially taken this thanks for granted, as if this was the way things should be. All 8 Grand Elders couldn't help feeling confused. May we know 2 sirs' names? Qiu Dao Ren asked with a solemn expression. Although they had determined that these 2 people didn't have any malicious intentions here and had only appeared to protect Yang Kai, but facing such powerful masters, they also wanted to know their identities and background. Meng Wuya smiled and replied, High Heaven Pavilion Contribution Hall Treasurer. Meng Wuya. This self-introduction made the faces of all those who did not know Meng Wuya cramp up. Contribution Hall Treasurer. A trivial shopkeeper actually possessed such profound momentum and cultivation. Was High Heaven Pavilion truly a sect filled with hidden dragons and the crouching tigers? And you? Taking a deep breath, Qiu Dao Ren turned his attention to the other old man. In response, the man nodded lightly. High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master. Ling Tai Su. The expressions of the above immortal ascension boundary masters from the 8 great families all changed radically at this name. High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master, Ling Tai Su. This man was born into a trivial second-class sect, but was still able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Throughout the history of the Great Han Dynasty, he was truly a unique individual. Never before had an above immortal ascension boundary masters appeared from a second-class sect. Even the Lu family's above immortal ascension boundary, Lu Si, had only broken through to this realm after the Lu family rose to the rank of first-class family, and his promotion was in large part due to the guidance and support of the Chou family. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lu Si to have reached his current cultivation. Ling Tai Su, this name was legendary, a living legend at that. Moreover, he also had an apprentice even more famous than himself. His second apprentice was now the demon lord of the ash-gray cloud evil land. The man who had total control over a stretch of land 10,000 kilometers in diameter and had made henchmen of the 6 great evil kings. Facing the demon lord's wrath, heaven and earth paled, and the souls of this world shook. So when Ling Tai Su announced his name, the 8 grand elders suddenly became somewhat nervous, especially Chou Dao Ren. His Chou family was the ones who lead the first crusade against High Heaven Pavilion and subsequently were the ones who had razed it to the ground. Now, the sect master from High Heaven Pavilion had appeared here. Perhaps he would try to settle the score. If a fight between them was really to break out, War City would probably be destroyed. However, what the 8 old men couldn't figure out was that even though Ling Tai Su had only recently broken through, how come his insights into the martial Dao seemed to be more profound than their own? If this wasn't the case, how could they have not noticed the existence of Ling Tai Su until now? Each of them had reached the above immortal ascension boundary at least 50 years ago. Over the last 5 decades, it couldn't be said that their strengths hadn't improved, but compared with Ling Tai Su, their rate of progress was almost non-existent. How did he do it? So it is Brother Ling. Chou Daoren quickly collected his stray thoughts and gently nodded. I have been looking forward to meeting you for quite some time. You're too kind. Ling Tai Su smiled calmly, not showing any meaning of finding fault, instead portraying a sincerely humble attitude. If we were to really discuss our ages, all of you should be this one's seniors. Being addressed as brother is already a great honor for this one. Seeing the posture of Ling Tai Su, the old men from the 8 great families also relaxed slightly, the fat old man smiling as he said, Brother Ling is too modest. Those who have reached the above immortal ascension boundary shouldn't quibble over seniority. Each of us are peers, even among us the generations are quite chaotic. Indeed, someone echoed. After a few words, the atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. What reason does Brother Ling have for appearing at this time? Yang Li Ting still maintained his cold expression as he asked a question he knew the answer to. Naturally, I came for this little brat. Ling Tai Su smiled and pointed to Yang Kai. No matter what, I am still technically his grand master, and my grand disciple is at such a critical moment in his breakthrough to the immortal ascension boundary. Obviously, I should appear to support him. You intend to protect him? I do. Ling Tai Su nodded lightly. Yang Li Ting suddenly felt that things had become a little troublesome. Ling Tai Su was a genuine above immortal ascension boundary master. Meng Wuya had a strange intimidating aura about him. Old Demon's demonic chi was unusual, and the 8 blood warriors had all activated their mad tyrant blood skill. The power of this group wasn't something he could ignore anymore. An immortal ascension boundary 9th stage blood warrior after activating their mad tyrant blood skill could exchange a few moves with an above immortal ascension boundary cultivator. So the strength of these 8 blood warriors couldn't be underestimated. Ling Tai Su's strength went without saying. Yang Li Ting estimated that if he were to face him one-on-one, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. As for Meng Wuya, he was even more incomprehensible. Yang Li Ting wasn't even sure how to evaluate his combat effectiveness. And to top things off, Old Demon was still watching from the sidelines. This conflict, his chances of victory were slim, and even if he could somehow win, War City and all of its inhabitants would likely be destroyed in the process. Yang Li Ting's sharp eyes narrowed slightly as he shifted his gaze towards the deep darkness that surrounded Yang Kai. He could not understand how this little brat from his family could actually gather so many powerful masters to speak for and shelter him. Fellow brothers, could you perhaps listen to my suggestion? Ling Tai-su suddenly said. Please, Brother Ling. Cho Dao-run replied politely. Ling Tai-su was already an above Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, so they could no longer use their status to lord over him. Simply by virtue of his cultivation, Ling Tai-su was qualified to speak with them as an equal. Fellow brothers, the reason you wish to stop him from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary is because you fear that as he gains strength, his heart will become corrupted and he will fall to the devil's path. Yes. The 8 old men nodded in confirmation to Ling Tai-su's supposition. Seeing their unhesitant nods, Old Demon couldn't help snorting with dissatisfaction and muttering. The ones who can't control their own strength and are instead enslaved by it are the real demons. What does cultivating a demonic secret art matter? What's wrong with a person using demonic chi? All of that is just a method of pursuing power. Each and every cultivator acquires their strength differently. Declaring that only your method of cultivation is right while denying others is simply the hallmark of ignorant fools. Speak up louder. Shui Ling, having arrived nearby him at some unknown point, called out half-teasingly to Old Demon. If you only whisper like that, they won't hear you. Hearing the playfulness in her voice, Old Demon glanced over at Shui Ling and smirked. Little girl, you shouldn't try to play games with this old master. Don't think I don't know your true origins. Startled by this statement, Shui Ling couldn't help asking, do you really know? This old master certainly knows. Not only does this old master know, that old ghost Meng Wuya also knows. We're all from the same sky after all. Old Demon snorted, a look of pride seeping into his expression. Shui Ling's eyes suddenly flashed a brilliant light. Grabbing hold of Old Demon's arm, her expression filled with infinite bitterness and entreaty as she half tearfully, half joyfully asked, Senior, do you know how to go back? Old Demon looked over her slowly and grinned evilly. Why? You don't know the way back? I have been trapped here for quite some time and have yet to find a way back. Senior, if you know, can you please tell me? Seeing her desperation, Old Demon laughed raucously. His shrill voice was extremely grating to Shui Ling, but no matter how uncomfortable she felt, she still did her best to put on a pitiful expression and pray for sympathy. I won't tell you. Old Demon suddenly ceased his laughter and casually declared. Shui Ling froze up for a moment before pouting in disappointment. Why not? In response, Old Demon just shrugged his shoulders. Because this old master has to wait for young master. Wait for him. Shui Ling glanced over. Do you think he can break through the shackles of this world? Old Demon snorted contemptuously. If young master can't, then no one can. Shui Ling's expression became somewhat serious as she stared towards Yang Kai. After a long time, she nodded gently, whispering, if it's him, he really might be able to. If my guess is correct, in at least 3 years and at most 10 years, young master will definitely be able to reach it. Old Demon declared, full of confidence and full of expectations for Yang Kai's future. On the other hand, Shui Ling's expression went black, unable to stop herself from complaining, so long. If you want to go back, you'll have to wait, but whether young master will be willing to bring you with him is not something this old master can say. After all, the both of you don't exactly have the best of relationships. Young master, he's quite vengeful. Old Demon squinted at Shui Ling and shook his head slowly. Shui Ling thought about it carefully, and indeed felt that, with the man's cold heart and ruthless personality, he probably wouldn't take her with him out of kindness or pity. So, she quickly cupped her fists politely and respectfully asked, Junior hopes Senior can offer his guidance. Old Demon laughed smugly once more before nodding. Good, why not? Suddenly lowering his voice and becoming serious, Old Demon continued. Although young master holds deep grudges and is someone who will definitely seek revenge for any slight, he is also someone who is fiercely loyal to his friends. You have been in War City for so long observing him, so you should understand his temperament by now. Shui Ling nodded lightly as her eyes shone brilliantly. This incident was a perfect example. Although she didn't know all the specifics, Shui Ling had a fairly good guess about what had transpired. All of this was because a single High Heaven Pavilion's disciple had been injured. Yang Kai didn't even hesitate to return the soul-binding curse doll to her in order to gain her help in killing Xianxia. This showed that he was a man of extremely firm character, ruthless to his enemies yet generous to his friends. Since you understand, you should know what to do, right? Old Demon glanced at her meaningfully. Shui Ling's brow twitched slightly, but nodded quickly. I know. I have to make him see me as a friend. As long as she became friends with him, she wouldn't have to worry about him leaving without taking her along. Heh heh. Old Demon smirked. Young Master has always been kind to women, especially beautiful women, and you shouldn't have any problems in this regard. Considering your origins, you'd make a good match for Young Master. Well, work hard. Shui Ling's face immediately went bright red as she loudly objected. What nonsense are you spouting? How could this country boy be worthy of me? Old Demon didn't get mad, instead just sneering. After 10 years, you won't be qualified to say so anymore. Shui Ling was dumbstruck, feeling like Old Demon was far too optimistic about Yang Kai. Realizing that any further argument was pointless, she held her tongue as she made up her mind to form a good relationship with Yang Kai. As the two talked a short distance away, the above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were also holding their own discussion. Ling Tai-Su opened. In this Ling's opinion, even if he breaks through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, his heart should not be affected. Why do you believe so? Yang Li-Ting coldly snorted. Because he grew up under my watch. I know him far better than any of you. Ling Tai-Su smiled slightly. He was different from others, and had once even spoken to Yang Kai while he was in a similar state about his demonic qi, so he was quite confident about his analysis. What Brother Ling says has some merit. Qiu Daoren nodded gently, stroking his beard as he thought for a moment. But what if things don't develop as you expect? If that really happens, fellow brothers won't need to take action. This Ling will personally handle matters. Ling Tai-Su calmly yet resolutely declared, his expression sinking slightly. I have already allowed such a situation to occur once in my sect. It will absolutely not happen a second time. The Grand Elders from the 8 great families couldn't help wrinkling their brows, knowing that Ling Tai-Su was referring to the current Demon Lord and somewhat understanding his current feelings. As such, fellow brothers, why not wait a while? Ling Tai-Su proposed to the 8 old men. Good. Yang Li-Ting focused on the matter at hand. We'll do as Brother Ling suggests. After he breaks, though, if his temperament truly changes, then we shall trouble Brother Ling to take action. Rest assured, if such a situation occurs, I will personally cripple his cultivation. Agreed. I too do not wish to take his life. Yang Li-Ting snorted and waited quietly with the other 7 old men, no longer saying anything more. Even if Yang Kai's temperament really changed after he broke through, he would still only be an Immortal Ascension first-stage cultivator. With so many peak-level masters here, could he possibly escape? So there was no reason they could not wait for a while and see. On the other side, Ling Tai-Su just shook his head gently, not a trace of tension upon his face. Apparently, he was fully confident in Yang Kai and not concerned he would have any kind of accident. With the two sides reaching an agreement, everyone on Yang Kai's side, including the Blood Warriors and Dong Qing Han, who had been facing off against the 8 Grand Elders, couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. As soon as the tension was cut, all of them suddenly realized they were soaked in cold sweat and shivered unconsciously. Challenging an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, it was something none of them had ever considered before, but today they had actually done so without hesitation. Ling Tai-Su and Meng Wuya both turned to these people and slightly nodded, the crowd hurriedly cupping their fists respectfully in thanks. Qiu Dao Run released Qiu Yimeng from her bindings, as did the Hua family Grand Elder with Hua Xingchun. The 2 young leaders quickly returned to their respective camps, issuing a few instructions and allowing everyone to fall back and stand down. Yang Zhao's allies also retreated a fair distance to observe the situation. A moment later, only Yang Kai, Ling Tai-Su, Meng Wuya, and the 8 great families above Immortal Ascension Masters remained. All of the spectators had been focusing their attention on the negotiations that had just taken place, and no one had paid much attention to Yang Kai. With things settled now, however, everyone's eyes focused on him once more, quickly discovering that the world energy baptism had reached an even more terrifying degree. A huge amount of world energy was now constantly surging towards Yang Kai. This torrent of energy was enough to unnerve even the strongest peak Immortal Ascension boundary master. But Yang Kai still stood there quietly under the black swirling clouds, madly absorbing this raging river of world energy. It was as if he was a bottomless pit. No matter how much world energy rushed into his body, he could effortlessly swallow it all. There was not the slightest leakage, nor was there any sign of discomfort on his face. Apparently, all of this was just a simple matter to Yang Kai. Not only that, Yang Kai's body was still emitting evil energy. Along with the rapid inhalation of the surrounding world energy, a strange equilibrium had been reached. Everyone who was watching paled. Some even felt fear, but none of them could figure out how a true element boundary cultivator breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary could cause such a breathtaking spectacle. A good seedling. Such a good seedling indeed. The fat old man's eyes shined as he muttered to himself, seeming annoyed that his family did not have such a genius. Thinking about Yang Li Ting's previous attitude and practices, the fat old man almost felt sorry for Yang Kai. He also wondered if the Yang family's cold and indifferent behavior had a chilling effect on Yang Kai. If this little brat had been one of his descendants, he would definitely have taken the utmost care of him, passing along all his knowledge and experience and ensuring that the family provide whatever cultivation resources he needed. Patriarch of the Yang family? Worthless. Seeing Yang Kai now, as long as he was allowed to grow, he would one day reach the peak of this world. At that time, whether it was the 8 great families' patriarchs, grand elders, or above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, none of them would be worthy of challenging him. Yang Li Ting's conduct was nothing less than stupid, the fat old man silently thought indignantly to himself. Yang Kai's consciousness was still submerged within himself, completely surrounded by darkness, just like War City, which was covered by demonic chi and dark storm clouds. The only difference was that Yang Kai's subconscious mind was even darker than War City, with not a single speck of light at all. Like before the existence of the heavens and the earth, this place was a dark void where nothing existed. But if one were to observe closely, they would notice some subtle changes occurring. Within the darkness, there seemed to be some kind of power secretly gathering, like a seed buried in the soil just about to sprout and grow. After an unknown amount of time, a glimmer of light suddenly burst forth from the darkness. A weak glow like that of a firefly, a candle in the wind that might extinguish in the next instant. But this single point of light had broken the darkness at this moment. Yang Kai gathered his consciousness on this point of light and felt a slight pulling sensation. As he continued to concentrate on it, he began to notice a hazy image contained within it. Another ray of light emerged soon after, but its color was slightly different from the previous one. The next moment, these lights flashed, causing Yang Kai's soul to vibrate as mysterious ripples propagated from this point. Next, a third color appeared, then a fourth, then a fifth. When the point of light had reached a total of 5 different colors, it seemed to have reached a critical point, like a new shoot sprouting after the rain. However delicate and fragile, it was still pushing through the soil in order to emerge, wanting to forever shatter the perpetual darkness that surrounded it. The flashes emanating from the 5-colored light became more and more rapid and intense, and each time it pulsed, the fluctuations in Yang Kai's soul would also amplify. The dark void soon seemed unable to suppress this radiance, and the 5-colored light gave off a final brilliance, illuminating the entire space. Suddenly, the 5-colored light seemed to congeal, forming a softly glowing 5-colored lotus flower which gently floated before Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was shocked and pleasantly surprised. 5-colored soul-warming lotus. The supreme treasure for nurturing one's soul had finally revealed its complete appearance. As it slowly spun about its axis, a rich yet gentle energy was released from it and permeated the surroundings at an incredible speed. As this energy spread, it quickly dyed the dark space white, making it no longer a dead zone but one that was filled with a subtle vitality. The energy which rapidly spread was Yang Kai's own spiritual energy, something he understood instinctively. Before even breaking through to the true element boundary, Yang Kai had already begun cultivating his spiritual energy. But spiritual energy was invisible and ethereal, and similar to true qi, required a storage location within one's body. True qi was stored in the dantian and meridians, while spiritual energy was stored in the knowledge sea. Before Yang Kai opened his knowledge sea, the five-colored soul-warming lotus had served as the carrier for his spiritual energy. Right now, Yang Kai was using the spiritual energy he had cultivated for many years to develop his knowledge sea. A subtle, nearly invisible spiritual energy was quietly being circulated in a steady flow. With the propagation of this spiritual energy, Yang Kai felt like a layer of shackles somewhere inside his mind had shattered and his soul strengthened several times over. Even though the soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, it was, after all, only a foreign object which had temporarily stored Yang Kai's spiritual energy. By using this carrier as an intermediary, Yang Kai could also use his divine sense, but due to it not truly being a part of him, he had never been able to display his full power. Now that this container had completed its task as a transfer point, Yang Kai could fully utilize his spiritual energy, resulting in a large increase in his soul strength. The extremely strong fluctuations of Yang Kai's soul suddenly burst forth from his mind and swept over the entirety of War City. The masters gathered nearby all changed color when they felt the strength of this divine sense. Even the grand elders from the 8 great families wore extremely stern expressions, while Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su were both amazed and excited. The fluctuations of Yang Kai's spiritual energy had completely surpassed his current level of cultivation, leaving those in the same realm as him far, far behind. In the depths of his mind, the 5-colored soul-warming lotus still continued spinning as the spiritual energy stored within it was released in an uninterrupted flow. Time passed by. At some point, all the spiritual energy stored in the soul-warming lotus had finally been released. The originally dark void was now filled with silky threads of soft light that extended as far as the eye could see. Yang Kai clearly saw these threads undergo a suddenly change, seemingly under the influence of some mysterious force. A group of these threads pulsed as they gradually converged into a thicker, more powerful one, which subsequently pulled in and gathered more threads, gradually strengthening bit by bit in a seemingly endless cycle. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the scene he had witnessed in Tang Yu Xian's knowledge sea, but the demonstration of how one opened and formed their knowledge sea she showed him was quite different from scene playing out in front of him now. When Tang Yu Xian opened her knowledge sea, the process was slow and temperate, slowly advancing step by step. Although it didn't appear particularly difficult, it couldn't be described as fast by any means. Whereas on the contrary, at this moment, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was rapidly and fiercely progressing. Within the once empty void, spiritual energy flooded every corner and was rapidly undergoing a kind of qualitative change. Halala! Suddenly, the sound of flowing water appeared. Yang Kai swept his vision around and saw a clear stream of water, like a gentle stream, flowing out from a central point. Naturally, this point was the soul-warming lotus. This tiny stream of water quickly grew and in the blink of an eye became a mighty river, then a great lake, and finally a vast, unending sea. As brisk winds blew, rolling waves several feet high appeared on this sea, all of it formed by Yang Kai's vast spiritual energy. The soul-warming lotus was quietly suspended above the ocean, constantly emitting a soft 5-colored radiance which shone over the entire sea. The water below was crystal clear and it swayed and churned in harmony with Yang Kai's thoughts. Soon after, great reefs formed in all directions, guiding and scattering the waves as the sea churned. Within the sea, many strange fish began to appear, followed by birds which flew through the sky. After only a brief moment, the dark void had transformed into a world teeming with life. As the sea breeze blew past him, a pure and natural feeling washed over Yang Kai. Yang Kai's soul phantom stood midair, quietly looking around at this new world, his heartbeat racing slightly. Waving his hand, the floating soul-warming lotus suddenly became an island in the sea. its colored rays making it particularly eye-catching. Everything here was comprised of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, so he could manipulate any piece of it at will. The next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt something deep within his heart permeate into this sea. After investigating for a moment, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually all the memories he had. Contained within his knowledge sea were all of Yang Kai's life experiences and memories. Everything he had encountered and learned these many years was gradually merging with this sea, including his cultivation technique, martial skills, even his pain and suffering. Looking through the water casually, Yang Kai saw a few past events like he was watching a replay, the entire scene clearly presenting itself in front of his eyes as if he was experiencing it once again. A cultivator's knowledge sea contained all their secrets, so no one would allow another to intrude into the knowledge sea unless there was absolutely no other choice. Doing so was tantamount to presenting yourself naked in front of another. Shan Qing Luo allowing Yang Kai into her knowledge sea showed that she already completely trusted him. Now, his knowledge sea had truly formed. At this moment, a strange feeling arose in Yang Kai's heart. It was like he was seeing himself climbing a long mountain road to the peak of martial arts. He had journeyed far, but there was still a long way to go. Opening his eyes, a brilliant light flashed across them as his gaze became as sharp as an eagle's. Everyone gathered nearby was shocked, as their expressions froze. The first thing Yang Kai saw was Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya staring at him appreciatively with smiles on their faces. Nodding to these two old men, Yang Kai smiled gratefully. Although he was immersed in his breakthrough, Yang Kai had still felt their arrival and faintly knew what kind of efforts they had made for him. His heart filled with warmth that cannot be described. His Grand Master had supported himself unconditionally and had believed in him without ever wavering. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai retracted his divine sense and aura, suddenly becoming a plain and unremarkable youth, almost like he was an ordinary mortal that had never cultivated before, the only difference being the torrent of evil energy radiate from his body. The dark clouds in the sky had not yet dispersed, and the horrible world energy continued to baptize Yang Kai's body. Although his knowledge sea had already formed, his physical baptism was apparently not over. "Are you human or demon now?" Yang Liting asked pointedly. Yang Kai gave him a faint look and answered his inquiry with practical action. After regaining control of his body, under his careful guidance, the unyielding golden skeleton's swallowing ability became tens of times more powerful than before. A great vortex of wind suddenly covered War City with Yang Kai's body at its center, and the demonic chi which had been spread around was immediately pulled towards him. Even the mighty world energy contained in the thick clouds above did not escape this suction. A massive tornado was formed with Yang Kai calmly standing at its central position, and soon the dark clouds above were drawn into this whirlpool and disappeared into Yang Kai's body. Within less than a quarter of an hour, War City suddenly became clear, with not a single cloud in the sky for 10,000 kilometers. The bright blue sky and gentle breeze was seemingly washing the evil intent from everyone's heart. The great suction calmed and the cloud of dust gathered around Yang Kai slowly began to settle. In front of Yang Zhao's mansion, everyone was silent. Countless blank pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai. The events of Yang Kai's breakthrough were simply indescribable. Everyone present had doubts in their hearts as they blankly stared at Yang Kai. Could breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary produce such an unusual baptism, akin to a catastrophe? Could a cultivator that had just opened their knowledge sea have such rich and powerful spiritual energy? With everything that had just happened spitting in the face of their common sense, many people could only stand there baffled. The central capital's first young lord Lu Qingyao, who was always as tranquil as an ancient well, finally grinned helplessly. He found that the current Yang Kai brought him a huge and unparalleled pressure, his instincts telling him he could no longer defeat this youth. In fact, he faintly realized that he wasn't even worthy to be his opponent anymore. With a bitter look on his face, Lu Qingyao whispered to Yang Wei who stood beside him, "Eldest young lord, you were right. Your ninth brother's achievements are already much greater than mine." After that, he simply shook his head and said, "A real monster." Yang Wei grinned proudly. As for the grand elders from the 8 great families, All of them wore extremely dignified expressions. Even though they had just witnessed Yang Kai break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary first stage, none of them could see through his depths. His unusually sturdy spiritual energy isolated him from any of their attempts to probe him, making them feel quite awkward. Being able to block their divine senses showed that Yang Kai's own divine sense and spiritual energy were not weaker than their own, possibly even stronger. How did he do it? How exactly did he cultivate? Each of them was no less than 100 years old and had cultivated their souls for countless years. Yet the spiritual energy of a mere youth less than 20 years of age had surpassed them. No matter which one of these old men it was, they couldn't help feeling a frustrating sense of shame. Whether this little brat is now human or demon, I think Brother Yang should be able to tell, correct? Ling Tai-su smiled and casually said to Yang Li-ting. At this moment, Yang Kai's aura was unremarkable. No trace of true qi fluctuations emanating from him at all, much less the overwhelming demonic qi he had previously been releasing. On top of that, his eyes had returned to their former color and showed crystal-clear clarity. Aside from the unusual profoundness in his gaze, he appeared no different from an ordinary mortal. If he still wanted to label Yang Kai as one who had fallen to the devil's practices, Yang Li-ting would really be a blind man. Coldly snorting, Yang Li-ting grumbled, "I'm afraid him being able to restore his consciousness this time was pure luck. One day, he won't be able to control that demonic power inside him. And at that time, this old master will not be merciful." Delivering this line, he turned around and soared towards the Seal Temple. He wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. As a grand elder of the Yang family, his actions this time made him appear like a wicked and heartless person. He was only considering the family's honor and didn't want to see an evil demon born from the Yang family. Yet in his attempt to clean up his house, he had instead brought the loathing and animosity of a great many onto himself instead. Even if Yang Li-ting was aloof from worldly affairs, such an embarrassment was still quite uncomfortable. After Yang Li-ting left, the other 7 old men didn't have any reason to remain and also turned around to depart. Qiu Daoren frowned at Yang Kai before leaving and faintly said, "Don't practice that evil cultivation technique anymore." The fat old man also warned Yang Kai, "Heed our warnings. Cultivating that demonic secret art will not bring you any benefit. With your aptitude, no matter what secret art you cultivate, your future achievements will be immense. There's no need for you to intentionally pursue shortcuts." The fat old man obviously thought that Yang Kai having such potent strength at such a young age was because he practiced an evil cultivation technique. Although reality was different, he had spoken these words out of sincere concern. So Yang Kai could only nod gently, not explaining anything. In fact, he had never practiced any evil cultivation technique or demonic secret art. The thick demonic qi in his body was only because of the unyielding golden skeleton. On top of that, Yang Kai felt that the world could not be so clearly divided into righteous and evil. Everyone simply had different perspectives. Strength was only the result of one's cultivation. How one used that strength was the most important factor in deciding if they were good or evil. "Yang Kai, congratulations." Qiu Yimeng walked over and smiled, opening up the floodgates. Quickly, others rushed forward and offered words of praise. Yang Kai swept his eyes over these people, and with a warm smile returned the sentiment, "Thank you, all of you." Even if his consciousness wasn't very clear during his breakthrough, Yang Kai could still sense how these people here had unhesitantly stepped forward to defend him. Receiving Yang Kai's heartfelt gratitude, everyone smiled even wider. Shifting his gaze to 8 tall figures beyond the crowd, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The 8 blood warriors, who normally had a majestic and indomitable aura about them, all currently looked somewhat pale, their blood force quite weak. This was the price they had to pay for activating the Mad Tyrant blood skill. Although it had cost them a great deal and they had eventually not fought against Yang Li-ting and the other Grand Elders, their extremely firm stance and willingness to pay such a price to protect Yang Kai had still played a vital role. If they hadn't displayed such a strong front, Yang Li-ting and the other Grand Elders wouldn't have compromised so easily. Despite their current weariness, the 8 blood warriors still laughed happily. Last but not least, Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists respectfully to Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya. Grandmaster Treasurer Meng. Get up. Get up. Ling Tai Su reached out and patted his shoulders. It's good that you're safe. Treasurer Meng, on the other hand, just snorted in annoyance. You smelly brat. Stop bothering this old master with such troublesome things. Of course, of course. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. This time was really just the latest in a series of troublesome problems he had bothered Meng Wuya with, causing him to feel slightly awkward. Turning to Ling Tai Su, Yang Kai asked, Grandmaster doesn't plan to leave, right? Yang Kai was completely unaware that Ling Tai Su had hidden himself in War City and had no idea when he had even arrived. It was quite possible that only Meng Wuya had some clue about this. After finally reuniting after such a long separation, Yang Kai was quite reluctant to see his Grandmaster depart again. Thankfully, Ling Tai Su nodded. I have no plans to go anywhere. That's good. Yang Kai smiled. Disciple also found Su Yen and the other members of High Heaven Pavilion recently. They will arrive in War City in a few days. If Grandmaster is here to watch over and instruct them, Disciple can feel relieved. No need for pointless flattery. This old master also wishes to stay here and converse with Brother Meng. Ling Tai Su smiled lightly before turning to look at Xiao Meng, stroking his beard as he suddenly said, Little girl, your aura is familiar. If I remember correctly, you brought people to set fire to my sect once. Suddenly having this dark history brought up, Xiao Meng couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into, hurriedly pulling Luo Xiaoman over and blushingly saying, She was also there. Luo Xiaoman silently teared up. Her eyes darted back and forth helplessly, wanting to escape. Seeing the two young girls panicking like this, Ling Tai Su laughed and didn't continue to pursue the matter. Xiao Meng also realized that the other party didn't plan to settle accounts with her and had only been casually mentioning it. Yang Kai smiled wryly and turned his head to look away. Letting out a long breath, he calmly declared, Second brother, ninth brother will take his leave. In the direction Yang Kai spoke, Yang Zhao simply stared back at him with a pale face, as if he had lost his soul and hadn't heard him at all. Even after Yang Kai and his allies had departed, he still did not react. Yang Wei glanced over at Yang Zhao and slowly shook his head. He knew that his second brother had been hit hard this time, and it would be a while before he could accept such a result. He had failed to protect Nanshang and Xiangqiu. Yang Kai had ruthlessly executed two of his followers in front of him despite his desperate resistance. On top of that, the personal charm and potential his ninth brother had displayed during this incident dealt Yang Zhao a heavy blow. Facing a life-or-death crisis, countless people had come forward to help him resist. Who had ever witnessed such a moving display before? Even facing 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters, Yang Kai's allies hadn't yielded a single step from beginning to end. Yang Zhao knew that the cultivators in his house would not be willing to do this for him, and Yang Wei also didn't believe his allies would make a similar decision. This time, Yang Zhao had taken a heavy blow. Yang Wei was also hit hard, but at least he was only a bystander, so he had an easier time accepting this result. This inheritance war, is it really necessary for it to continue? Yang Wei, who was always steadfast and determined, suddenly felt confused. It had already been 8 or 9 months since it had begun, but from now on, whether it was personal methods, strength, aptitude, or interpersonal relationships, Yang Kai would undoubtedly have an overwhelming advantage. On the other hand, Yang Wei and Yang Zhao essentially had no qualifications to compete with him. Perhaps, in the early stages, the two brothers had still been ahead of Yang Kai. At the time they were stronger than him and had gathered more allies as well. But as time passed, Yang Kai's mansion had grown into a behemoth, and under his leadership, his allies had formed an unshakable solidarity. It was precisely this kind of person that the Yang family needed as its patriarch. Given the current circumstances and comparing their relative strength, there was indeed no reason for this inheritance war to continue. Letting out a long sigh, Yang Wei suddenly felt a little disheartened, only speaking a few words to Lu Qingyao before hurriedly departing with his blood warrior. Second young lord, let us return, the blood warrior who had first fought with Tang Yuxian advised. However, Yang Zhao didn't move, his eyes still staring off into the distance. Second young lord, this inheritance war. Please forgive me for not being able to participate anymore." A young man with a difficult expression on his face suddenly walked up to Yang Zhao and declared. Nanshang and Xiangchu had only injured one of Yang Kai's allies, and in retaliation they had been brutally killed. Having witnessed this, what point was there in continuing to participate in the inheritance war? Who among them dared to be Yang Kai's enemy? The two blood warriors' expressions immediately became ice cold and were about to angrily shout, but they somehow managed to endure. Seeing things from the opposite party's perspective, the two blood warriors could understand how difficult this decision was to make. After investing so much time, effort, material, and manpower, to quit at this last moment, not only would this youth not reap any benefits, he and the force he came from would even have to bear the title of coward and traitor. However, compared with one's life, what did such trivial things count for? The two blood warriors could look down on their weaknesses, but they couldn't open their mouths to accuse them of adding insult to injury. Anyone seeing Yang Zhao suffer such a devastating blow would make a similar decision. "Farewell," the youth said before quickly taking his people and leaving, no longer having any face to remain. "Second young lord, forgive us, we can't participate anymore." Someone else immediately stepped forward and followed suit. After less time than it would take to boil a pot of tea, the amount cultivators in Yang Zhao's mansion had reduced to half their original number. Before each of these forces left, a representative would offer apologize to Yang Zhao, but he didn't seem to hear a single one of them. "Who else wants to leave? If you do, just hurry up and leave." One of the blood warriors finally couldn't contain his anger and shouted. Hearing this, several other forces that had been hesitating immediately stood firm. "Anyone else?" The two blood warriors scanned the crowd with cold eyes. Under this intimidating pressure, everyone stood up straight. "Good." The two blood warriors nodded lightly, a faint look of satisfaction appearing on their faces, showing some appreciation to those who still chose to remain. Unfortunately, Yang Zhao still remained absent-minded as he stood there desolately. In the crowd, Xian Ro looked at Yang Zhao. Her eyes were full of disappointment. She didn't expect the Yang family's second young lord to behave like this after such a setback. Unsure why, she felt disdain in her heart. In order to win Yang Zhao's favor, she had sacrificed more than she was comfortable with, and now she couldn't see him having any hope of winning. Looking up at the direction of Yang Kai's mansion, Xian Ro's eyes gleamed and her face burst into a strange expression. She bit her thin lips whilst deep in thought. Her eyes reddened as if she had realized something. In less than half a day later, Yang Kai was notified that more than 100 people from High Heaven Pavilion had arrived. Overjoyed, he rushed out to greet his visitors. Su Yan and the others had arrived as well. When Xia Ningchong heard, she rushed out of the pill room, her face blushing from excitement. The two girls had not seen each other for a long time. It was a reunion for them at last. There was so much to say, especially about the common man between them. When the topic was raised, they began to whisper and point at Yang Kai. Qin Zhe of the Medicine King's Valley forced himself to leave. Although he wanted to take Xia Ningchong back to the pill room, after seeing her happy expression, he went back alone. He also couldn't bear to bother Xia Ningchang's reunion with her friends. From what he could recall, he was not old yet, he had few friends. Besides pill refining, other matters were usually irrelevant. Such a young girl, aside from alchemy, should have more important things, Qin Zhe sobbed. The mansion was full of people. The Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall people were quite familiar with High Heaven Pavilion, and soon everyone would get to know each other. Yang Kai surreptitiously stood close to the two girls but remained silent as they chatted. Listening to his two lovers speak in such a warm, sisterly tone made his heart fill with warmth. "Brother-in-law," Sumu called out. From the way he walked, it was clear that his injuries were no longer an issue after taking the myriad drug milk. "I see that senior sister's relationship with you seems a bit unusual?" Yang Kai snorted and slanted at him. "Children shouldn't ask about the matters of adults." Sumu couldn't help but spit disdainfully. "You're not much older than me." Yang Kai ignored his retort and said with a straight face, "The person who injured you is already dead, and you will encounter this kind of thing in the future." If you cannot bear it, surrendering will be easy. Do you understand? Sumu snorted and said, I know, shaking his head again. Unfortunately, I tried to cultivate and personally seek revenge. Now, it seems that there is no chance. The two of them did not look too strong. Were there any opportunities for you in the Inheritance Heavens Cave? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile on his lips. He and Su Yen received the final inheritance in the Inheritance Heavens Cave. The Hu sisters also got the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art, and even Lan Chu Dai received something. His cultivation hasn't been very fast in recent years, so Sumu probably didn't encounter an opportunity there. Sumu laughed a little, scratching his head and nodding. I received something and have already told elder sister about it. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not inquiring the details. Work hard. Don't waste your opportunity. The opportunities in the Inheritance Heavens Cave are not ordinary. What do you mean? Sumu said, unable to understand. Nothing. Forget about it. Yang Kai shook his head and did not explain. Yang Kai felt a bit faint. The things in the Inheritance Heavens Cave seemed to have surpassed the level of this world. Whether it was Su Yan's joyous unification art or the Hu sisters' Twin Chi shared spirit divine art, no cultivator of this world could create them. During this time, Yang Kai also saw a lot of unexpected, eye-opening things, giving Yang Kai extraordinary information. Chiu Yimeng arranged for the people of High Heaven Pavilion to live in the mansion. Undiscovered in War City, Ling Tai Su and the remaining 4 great elders of the High Heaven Pavilion made their way into Yang Kai's mansion. After 2 or 3 noisy days, peace had gradually returned to the mansion, and everyone was doing their job methodically. Hardships and tribulations became more common after a few days. The forces in the leadership became more cohesive. Even though sects were different, they were as peaceful as brothers and sisters. In some cases, for example, when a new batch of pills came out, everyone was pushing to get through, but the atmosphere was harmonious. In these few days, Yang Kai only did one thing: cleaning up the Bamboo Knot Gang. The news of High Heaven Pavilion's hiding place was revealed by people within Bamboo Knot Gang. After Pang Chi returned to Central Capital, he immediately discovered and took out the culprit Mu Nando. The next day, Mu Nando's head was personally sent to Yang Kai's mansion by Pang Chi. According to Pang Chi, Mu Nando sold the information just because Yi family's Yi Xian Ro promised him some benefits and sent him 2 of the Yi family's young and beautiful maidservants. The 2 maidservants were born in the Yi family, and Pang Chi didn't dare touch them. He just sent them over and let Yang Kai deal with them. For Mu Nando, who was a blind man, Yang Kai didn't care. Mu Nando was already killed. Naturally, there was nothing to say. Yang Kai did not kill the 2 maidservants, but had them stay within the mansion. After all, they were involuntarily drawn into this mess, only used as a bargaining chip for Mu Nando. They did nothing wrong. Pang Chi immediately returned to the central capital to gather supplies for Yang Kai. After Pang Chi left, Chiu Yimeng found Yang Kai and pulled him into a room, closing the doors and windows. Looking at the nervous color of her face, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. If this was seen by others, there would be a misunderstanding. Chiu Yimeng was also busy for several days. After the war, many things had to be dealt with. The casualties, the compensation, the accommodation of the High Heaven Pavilion, and so on, until now. After the 2 were seated in her room, Yang Kai reached out and poured her a cup of tea. Then Chiu Yimeng sipped and sighed. She seemed more relaxed now. What did you want to talk about? Yang Kai asked softly and sipped his tea. Chiu Yimeng sighed and said, about Nanshang and Xianxia. You think I went too far? Yang Kai interrupted her. Chiu Yimeng gently nodded and told the truth. They were the future heirs of first-class families. You killing them was rash. How do you think you will end up? Do you think that the 2 families will just give up? They won't. Yang Kai shook his head. He knew killing Xianxia and Nan would cause this, but killed them anyway. There is no way for them to attack me. Yang Kai chuckled. If they dare, I admire their courage, but they dare not. Not to mention the Yang family, they're unable to compete with such a behemoth as himself. It is said that Yang Kai has gathered so many powerful people that it is by no means comparable to those families. 8 blood warriors, one above Immortal Ascension boundary, two top Immortal Ascension boundary peaks. The two families may be vengeful for their dead heirs, but they had to consider if they can do it. You? Xiao Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with hints of love and hate, then suddenly smiled. But to tell you the truth, when Xiangchu and Nansheng were killed by you, I felt very refreshed. The two men were really sinister and despicable, and they were the heirs to two great families. Yang Kai snorted. The kind of people they were. Even if I didn't kill them this time, they would have been killed by someone else. Oh, that's what I said. But the problem is that the two families won't compromise. The Yang family inheritance war is put under pressure because it has never had a first-class family heir die before. Could be big or small, but it depends on me. As arrogant as the Yang family is, they won't be able to shield you. I naturally know this. Xiao Yimeng wore a dignified look. If I were them, I would wait for an opportunity to strike when you are down. However, will there ever be a time when you will go down? I cannot say. Yang Kai shook his head. Xiao Yimeng looked up directly into the depths of Yang Kai's eyes. She said softly, "It looks like we are worried about the same problem." Yang Kai smiled a little. Smart women are not likable. Then, do you like stupid women? Xiao Yimeng stood up and turned. Xiao Man is stupid and you don't like her. Of course I like her. Those two lumps on her chest are much too generous, bigger than yours. Yang Kai said without averting his gaze, which were directed at Xiao Yimeng's bosom. As his hand touched his chin, he muttered while in deep thought. If I were to put my head between them, would I suffocate to death? Xiao Yimeng's face turned bleak, and she quickly crossed her arms to block her chest, scolding, "Prevert!" However, Yang Kai didn't respond. His expression became serious as he changed the topic. This time, I didn't expect my promotion to Immortal Ascension boundary to cause such a fuss. You were too careless. Xiao Yimeng wore a bitter smile. She and Yang Kai were quite worried about this. The 8 great families and the evil cultivators were like fire and water. Yang Kai's power naturally made them envious and fearful. The people of 8 great families who had appeared to cultivate demonic secret arts were either directly destroyed or abandoned. This time, Yang Kai was still alive thanks to Ling Taisu. I can't help it. Yang Kai shook his head. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Being able to conceal his power for so long already made Yang Kai very content. According to the situation at the time, even if I did not use the devil transformation, when I promoted Immortal Ascension boundary, the energy in the unyielding golden skeleton would be uncontrollably ejected, and those 8 people would know. Unless Yang Kai found a place away from War City to avoid their eyes and ears. Now that the situation has evolved in such a way, the inheritance war should not have been affected. Yang Kai didn't know if the family would deprive him of his qualifications to participate in the inheritance war, but it wasn't impossible for them to do such a thing. Xiao Yimeng had started to have a feeling of doubt about this matter. She pulled Yang Kai to the side to quietly discuss this matter behind closed doors. But now, no matter how worried she was, it would be of no help. The Yang family's decision was not something that Yang Kai could interfere with. Just like the previous matter of the amount of blood warriors under Yang Kai's command, the family said that they would not let more than 2 participate, and no matter how much Yang Kai resisted, they wouldn't back off. Though a compromise was eventually found. Although Yang Kai had gotten a lot of benefits at the time, it was annoying that the recent developments could not be expected. There was no real point in discussing this with Xiao Yimeng. Yang Kai could only prepare for what results may come. If there is nothing else, I will be going first if that's okay. Yang Kai hurriedly stood up and prepared to leave. Xiao Yimeng glared at him and snorted. Anxious to find that icy beauty of yours? She said in a sour tone. Yang Kai ignored her and walked out. Be careful not to overwork yourself. Xiao Yimeng said nonchalantly. Are you concerned about me? Yang Kai paused and said with a smile, while gazing at Xiao Yimeng. Yang Kai then tilted his head and said, You don't really like me, right? Xiao Yimeng's face turned red and snorted. So what if I do? Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect that Xiao Yimeng would actually confess so bluntly and suddenly. So much so that Yang Kai did not know what to do. Although he had repeatedly teased Xiao Yimeng before, It had always only been teasing, and to suddenly get such a response. It had left Yang Kai feeling a little lost. Yang Kai stood in place, not knowing what to say. Xiao Meng looked at Yang Kai without a care and said, "Liking you doesn't mean I have to be with you. I can give up everything to follow you to be a good wife and mother to your children, but only if you can enter the Cho family. Would you do that?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's right, so it can only be to the extent that I like you and nothing more. Later, I will marry a young lord of the central capital, and then he will marry into the Cho family. With the family's support, we will bring your Yang family down. At that time, maybe we will become enemies." Xiao Meng said with self-confidence, seeming to be talking about other people's affairs. "Maybe I will marry someone like Hu Xingqian or Gao Rangfeng or Kang Zhan or Lu Qingyao or maybe even Meng Shani. They are all candidates. They don't deserve you." Yang Kai shook his head and suddenly felt a little melancholic. Xiao Meng chuckled, her eyes welling with shiny tears. She didn't wipe them away. She turned her head and whispered, "If they don't deserve me, I don't deserve you. Isn't that right? You are so powerful. Your future's so bright. Only a woman equally as talented can be worthy of you. I used to look down on all the men in the world, but now I can only look up to you." Yang Kai suddenly felt that he couldn't continue to talk to her anymore. If she goes on, the strong and wise woman may start crying. He grinned and gave out an awkward chuckle. "Let's stop talking about it for now and let it go. Go out to have some fun." Yang Kai despised himself for saying such cruel things. "I can't stop. I just can't stop. I don't think I can ever let go until the day I get married. Maybe then, I will be able to look at you as a friend and finally spend time together to have fun." Xiao Meng shook his head in a serious manner. Yang Kai stared blankly at her. "Are you kidding?" Xiao Meng grinned and smirked. "What do you think? Baby steps." Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat, fled with no choice. The soft sound of cracking filled the hallway. Under the moonlight, there was a graceful figure leaning on the handrail of a window, looking up at the starry sky, holding some shelled hazelnuts. She relished them slowly. Yang Kai was lost in the allure of her light blue hair that hid her beautiful, charming face. Her small red mouth was slightly open, exposing porcelain white teeth. Exposed to the midnight air were her flawless as jade slender thighs. Such a sight was stunning. Yang Kai frowned and gazed at the woman in front of him. "Would you like some?" Shui Ling reached out and said that as her lips were not idle, it was apparent she was very skilled. "No, thank you." Yang Kai shook his head. "Why are you here? I live next door." Shui Ling pointed her finger at the room next to him. "It's boring at night, so I came out to look at the stars. Before that, I have a more important question to ask. Why are you in my house?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "What's the matter? Your house is so big. What does it matter that I come and stay here?" Shui Ling grinned and whispered, "Stop being so stingy. Don't play tricks on me. It doesn't matter if you live here, but if I find out that you're trying something, you will die." "Oh, I'm so scared." Shui Ling bit her lips and looked at Yang Kai horrified. Her eyes were filled with fear. "Hey!" Yang Kai knew that she was only pretending to be afraid, but he didn't pry deeper into it. He asked, "How much of that conversation did you hear?" Shui Ling continued to squat and snorted. "I didn't hear the first half, but I heard the second half." "Go and accompany her," Yang Kai said with a wink. The hazelnut in Shui Ling's mouth slipped silently and she lost her voice. "Are you not going to accompany her? Either go accompany her or leave my house now." "You?" Shui Ling gnashed her teeth and quickly walked over and put the hazelnut in his hands. She glared at Yang Kai and said venomously, "I will remember you." After that, Shui Ling walked into Qiu Yimeng's room in anger. After a few moments, the voice of two girls chatting came from inside the room. Satisfied, Yang Kai left. Shui Ling arrived 3 days ago, the day after everyone managed to return to this mansion. Yang Kai knew that she didn't care for him. This woman had a mysterious origin and her cultivation was also inconsistent with her age, as well as the pale blue hair of hers that was unconventional. Shui Ling doesn't look like an ordinary woman. She said that she was born in Water Spirit Temple and Yang Kai has never heard of such a sect existing. Yang Kai had told Old Demon to keep watch on her in case she had an ulterior motive. Yang Kai had other reasons for doing this, mainly being trying to pry into her secrets. Yang Kai could tell that Shui Ling did not have malicious intent towards his people, so he acquiesced to her request to live here. Yang Kai just didn't expect Qiu Yimeng to arrange for her to live in the room next to his. Obviously, this had the intention of personal monitoring. It was a moonlit night and the wind was howling. Yang Kai went to Xianing Chang's room. Su Yan was also there. For Yang Kai to suddenly visit so late at night, the two girls were a little shy. Su Yan was better. Xianing Chang, however, was blushing up to her neck. During the time when Su Yan was not there, she often slept with Yang Kai. Although she had never done anything unusual, Xianing Chang still felt ashamed when she saw both Yang Kai and Su Yan. She stayed silent with a lowered head. Su Yan glanced at Yang Kai and softly asked, "What are you doing here?" "I live here," Yang Kai replied calmly. Su Yan sighed and then chuckled lightly. She did not object to Yang Kai and Xianing Chang being together. Su Yan had never bound Yang Kai in terms of relationships between men and women, and never asked him anything when it came to such things. If it weren't for the joyous unification art, there would be no need for that kind of demand from Su Yan. On the contrary, Yang Kai, having cultivated the true Yang secret art, was a young man full of sap, so the urges created by the art were much harder to resist as compared to Su Yan. Yang Kai's status was not low. He could have all the women he wanted, especially in his mansion. Nowadays, beautiful women were plentiful and many of them admired him. However, according to Su Yan, Yang Kai had only had one woman so far. For such a man, Su Yan would not ask for restrictions on him when it comes to women. "Do you want to rest?" Su Yan said as she smiled at Yang Kai. "There was no time for dual cultivation last time, so here I am now," Yang Kai said. "Oh!" Su Yan's face turned red as she remembered. "I am going to sleep," Xianing Chang suddenly said and directly fell onto the bed. Then she covered her face with a blanket, motionless, having seemed to be in a state of sleep in an instant. Yang Kai and Su Yan looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Recalling the times in the cave dwelling under the high heaven pavilion coiling dragon stream, there were times when Xianing Chang also used it. Yang Kai shook his head and did not explain further. Yang Kai and Su Yan sat down facing each other as their palms met. Joyous unification art had already reached its second stage and did not require the combination of physical bodies to perform dual cultivation. In an instant, true qi residing in them strangely blended, transferring from Yang Kai's body to Su Yan's body and back again, creating an endless cycle. The battle that took place a few days ago had shaken the entire war city, and it hadn't completely settled down until now. During the battle, Yang Kai had suddenly shown an unstoppable momentum, arrogantly killing both Xiang Chu and Nan Shang in front of Yang Zhao, which was a blatant provocation, then breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. When the evil energy caused by Yang Kai's breakthrough spread throughout War City, it alerted the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary elders in the Seal Temple. They wanted to swiftly put a stop to Yang Kai's breakthrough but were unable to because they were forced back due to Yang Kai's incredible connections and the strength of his followers. Afterwards, Yang Kai had successfully broken into the Immortal Ascension boundary. The elders from the Seal Temple then withdrew. Yang Zhao was left in a haggard state. The next day, eldest brother Yang Wei sent out word that he would not act until the end of the Inheritance War. This information caused an uproar throughout War City. Yang Wei's meaning was obviously stating that he couldn't win the Inheritance War, and thus took a passive stance. But everyone could understand, and could not blame him for taking such actions. In the face of Yang Kai's absolutely overwhelming power, even if Yang Wei did resist, it would not help him. As long as Yang Kai wanted, he will be able to win against Yang Wei in an instant and defeat him in the Inheritance War. News of Yang Wei's announcement circulated around the world. Although there was no news from Yang Zhao, his situation was undoubtedly the worst in everyone's eyes. When Nanshang and Xiang Chu were killed in front of Yang Zhao, the forces that supported Yang Zhao shrank drastically. Many of them forfeited their participation right to the Inheritance War entirely. The forces had left only half an hour after the battle against Yang Kai, leaving Yang Zhao's mansion's front door cold and desolate. At the moment, Yang Zhao's remaining forces were less than half the number they were yesterday. In comparison to the number of cultivators under any of the Yang family young masters, Yang Zhao has fallen from the most to the last. Moreover, Yang Zhao's strength wasn't comparable to Yang Kai's even at Yang Kai's current mastery level. It was even rumored that Yang Zhao had lost his former vigor since that day. It was as though he had lost his soul and, like the walking dead, losing all motivation. All the cultivators that were left in Yang Zhao's mansion were languid, listless, and without fighting spirit. The inheritance war, which had gone on until now, had broken down into a one-sided battle. Just as Yang Wei had concluded on that day, any continuation to fight was pointless. There was no need for any of their brothers to further pursue the position of Yang family's patriarch. Most people in the central capital and war city had already concluded that Yang Kai would be the next patriarch of the Yang family, leading the central capital 8 great families and holding the power to control the world. Over the next few days, Yang Kai's mansion was lively and bustling. The guests were coming and going in countless numbers, running like a river. All of these guests were people trying to forge ties with Yang Kai at the last minute. Although they did not help in any battles during the Inheritance War, and some even belonged former enemies of Yang Kai, as the Inheritance War comes an end, these people naturally wanted to reap some benefits. Whether or not Yang Kai reached any agreements or allied himself with the forces that had visited him, he had to, at the very least, be familiar with them. So when Yang Kai became the head of Yang family in the future, it would be easier for him to solve matters diplomatically. All the guests had brought a lot of gifts in hopes of meeting with Yang Kai and exchanging a few words with him. There were many people who were trying to be a matchmaker. Which one of these forces did not have a few thousand beautiful women? Yang Kai was a young man, and what kind of young man doesn't like a beautiful woman? This was the unchanging truth. In the unlikely event that Yang Kai had taken a fancy to one of the force's many women, she would be married into the behemoth known as the Yang family in the future. Who would not be jealous of such a thing? Yang Kai's mansion was almost filled to the brim with guests from other forces. Qiu Yimeng was not prepared to host the sudden influx of guests, thus was overwhelmed. She hated speculative people who changed their faces faster than turning pages on a book. After Yang Kai was made aware of the influx of guests, he had placed Qiu Yimeng in charge of the guests. Although she did not know why, she could only comply. All forces arrived with gifts and Qiu Yimeng had to personally welcome all of them into the mansion, conversed with them politely, took their gifts, and then sent the guests on their way. The people who were trying to matchmake did not want to leave the mansion unceremoniously, so they blocked the door and refused to leave without speaking to Yang Kai. In just a few short days, Yang Kai's mansion had welcomed more than 100 forces, gathering a lot of wealth and materials at an incredible speed. Qiu Yimeng was deeply shocked. Even if she was the first young lady of the Qiu family, she was still shocked by the quantity and quality of these gifts. 5 days later, the bustle surrounding Yang Kai's mansion gradually calmed down. Everyone in the mansion suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation wash over them coming from the depths of the mansion. This energy was mixed with someone's energy fluctuations. Everyone couldn't help but have a change of expression and look towards the source of the energy. Within only a moment, many people had gathered together. What is going on? Xingchen yelled. He had just got a new artifact from Treasure Instrument Sect, but had not have the time to refine it. He couldn't help but be amazed. It seems that someone has broken through. Qiu Yimeng frowned. And it's more than one person. I also felt that 2 people had broke through at the same time. Dong Fatsi nodded gently. The shockwave of energy then blended and entangled, seeming to not belong to one person. But why do I feel young Lord Kai's aura? Xingchen didn't understand. Yang Kai had just broken through to Immortal Ascension boundary a few days ago. Even if his aptitude was outstanding and his ability amazing, it was impossible to break through after only a few days, wasn't it? Does that mean there will be even more people that are going to promote? Let's go check it out. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but be curious and led a group of people over to the source of the energy. A short walk later, Qiu Yimeng's group arrived in front of Xianning Chang's room and reached to knock on the door, but the door was already opened. Yang Kai emerged from the room, followed by Su Yan, who held a cold temperament, as usual. Although they looked calm, anyone can see the undisclosed joy and excitement in their eyes. What? Why are there so many people outside my room? Yang Kai frowned. Who was the one that broke through here? Qiu Yimeng looked around curiously inside the room, but did not see anything. She could not help but use her weak divine sense to sweep over Yang Kai. Suddenly her face changed color. You actually... Among the people in this group, not only Qiu Yimeng but also several others had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. They noticed the abnormality of Qiu Yimeng's tone, so they also swept over Yang Kai to check. Yang Kai was already at the second stage of the Immortal Ascension boundary. That is to say, the wave of energy that was set off during the breakthrough was indeed caused by him. Everyone's eyes instantly went round with shock as they looked at Yang Kai incredulously. It's only breaking through a minor realm. What's with all the fuss? Yang Kai said. What's the fuss? Huixing Chen screamed. Young Lord Kai, do you know when you broke through last time? Who doesn't know the answer to this question? They were all standing guard while Yang Kai break through last time, while holding back the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary elders. That happened only a week ago. Only a week had passed since Yang Kai had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. This cultivation speed could not be described as talented but simply monstrous. Did she break through with you? Qiu Yimeng asked as she turned and looked at Su Yan slyly. Yang Kai nodded. During this round of dual cultivation, the growth was tremendous. Yang Kai broke through to Immortal Ascension boundary 2nd stage and Su Yan broke through to Immortal Ascension boundary 4th stage, while their foundations were instantly stabilized. Su Yan's harvest was even bigger than Yang Kai's. After all, he had only just broken through a great realm. Huixing Chen suddenly said wretchedly, In the days you've been staying in the room, weren't you? Before he could finish his words, Su Yan stared at him with cold eyes. Huixing Chen stammered. Although he held great interest towards noble and tempered woman, Huixing Chen could not help but feel an instinctive sense of fear whenever he faced Su Yan. This woman is not normal. Huixing Chen thought that even Lu Luyao of Lu family was not her opponent. He didn't know why, but Huixing Chen was convinced of his guess. What's more, he would consciously avoid harboring thoughts about the women who admired Yang Kai, let alone Yang Kai's woman. Since you have time to ask so many pointless questions, go back and cultivate. Yang Kai reprimanded. Although his breakthrough was too abrupt this time, it was due to the immense accumulation of experience and growth that was allowed to explode out after he promoted a major realm. Everyone was ashamed, and they quickly scattered. They all began to worry about their own cultivation and bottlenecks that they're facing. Qiu Yimeng's face started to blush a reddish hue. She still had heart to cultivate, but she did not have time with everything in such a mess. Little Lord, I have something to say. Xianxia did not leave and looked at Yang Kai seriously. Since the last battle, Xianxia has been looking for opportunities to speak with Yang Kai, but he had always been busy. Finally, an opportunity had arisen at this moment. Looking at him, Yang Kai nodded lightly. I am going to look for junior sister Xia, Su Yan said as she turned and left. Su Yan did not want to intervene in Yang Kai's affairs. Only Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng and Xianxia were left. The atmosphere had turned tense. Qiu Yimeng seemed to suddenly realize that Xianxia wanted to say something. She quickly said, Young Master Xiang, I hope that you can carefully consider what you're about to say. Xianxia looked at her indifferently and nodded slightly. Tell me, what's the matter? Yang Kai asked as he looked at him. Xianxia took a soft breath and said in a concise manner, I wish to leave and quit the inheritance war. Qiu Yimeng deeply sighed. Although Xianxia has been reminded, but he still said this sentence, Qiu Yimeng could not help but feel a little sad. You've considered everything? Yang Kai didn't seem to be surprised, and seemed to already have known that this was coming. And, since you've considered everything, then it's okay. Go. Yang Kai didn't mince any words. Qiu Yimeng was shocked and stunned. Yang Kai! Yang Kai glanced at her and faintly said, I killed his older brother. If he is to stay in my mansion, it will reflect badly on him. I am afraid that he will be criticized. It is in his best interest to leave here. Xianxia's expression changed. He could not help but reveal a look of gratitude. The battle between the two brothers was an open secret. Although Xiangchu was his eldest brother, Xiangchu was trying to get rid of him. But in the end, they were still brothers. Xiangchu died at the hand of Yang Kai. If Xianxiao still stayed here, it would be really inappropriate. Even if the people following Yang Kai understood his reasoning for staying, who would know if everyone would understand his reasons? There were so many people under the sun, could they all understand and accept his reasoning? Listening to Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng had an awkward look and did not know what to say. Others now break their own heads wanting to squeeze into Yang Kai's followers. But they didn't have this opportunity at all. They simply can't get in. At the juncture of victory of the inheritance war, Xianxiao chose to leave here. At first glance, such a choice is quite irrational. But Yang Kai knows that Xianxiao has his own reasons. He is not the kind of person who lives for profit. If he was such a person, he wouldn't have relied on himself when he was most desperate. The number of people he brought was small, and his strength was not high. But in battles both big and small, they had put in their efforts. Thank you. For this last half year you've helped me, Yang Kai said to Xianxiao, who gently nodded. Xianxiao, who always had a meticulous look, gently smiled and said, "Thank you for taking care of this past half year, young lord." The pills supplied from the pill room, and the artifacts supplied in by the treasure instrument sect. These were shared with the Xiang family's cultivators. The level of the Xiang family's people had risen several levels. The smile gradually disappears, and the cold face returns. Xianxiao says in a low voice, "Young lord, when we see each other again, we will be enemies. Then I will not be your follower. Farewell. I will see you off." Outside the house, Xianxiao led his family's cultivators and bid farewell to Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng. As the sun set, the Xiang family's second young lord stood tall, striding forward, his head held high. He had not done anything to feel ashamed of. Behind him were less than 10 people. When he had come to Yang Kai all those months ago, he had brought more than 20 cultivators with him along with 4 crates of supplies. But after so long, through various large and small battles, only these few had survived. All the others had already died in battle, giving their lives in order to obtain victory for Yang Kai. As the remaining members of the Xiang family disappeared into the distance, Yang Kai slowly took back his gaze. Of these people, the only one whose name he knew was Xianxiao. Everyone else he had barely even spoken a word to, but that still could not dampen the respect and gratitude he felt towards them. This was the case for those from the Xiang family as well as all the other allies from all their various forces who remained in his mansion. Yang Kai was very grateful to all of them. If they had not come to his aid and he had been truly forced to face the inheritance war on his own, even with his great personal strength, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything. Qiu Yimeng nearby also suddenly felt a little heavy-hearted. This was the first group of cultivators to leave Yang Kai not because of a dispute over interests, nor because of some kind of bitter hatred, but because of honor and commitment to their family. The Xiang family will be much better off under Xianxiao's leadership. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, at the very least, he was more reliable than Xiangchu. If the Xiang family was truly inherited by Xianxiao in the future, Yang Kai didn't mind normalizing relationships with them. Qiu Yimeng gently brushed her hair back behind her ear and chuckled. In other words, you've done the Xiang family a favor. Unfortunately, the Xiang family won't appreciate it. Yang Kai laughed wryly to himself. Let's head back. But as Yang Kai turned around, before he had taken a single step towards the house, his face suddenly became cold, reaching out his hand and grabbing at the air. His hand, which seemed to reach through the space itself, extends out like an invisible rope. A cry of surprise rang out, causing Qiu Yimeng to glance over at its source, her brow furrowed. A few dozen meters away, a figure wrapped in a black robe was suspended mid-air, struggling violently, their necks seemingly being pinched by an invisible hand, their feet kicking back and forth yet unable to escape from Yang Kai's grasp. Qiu Yimeng was shocked. The exclamation of this person which she had just heard sounded familiar to her. But as she couldn't see this robed figure's face, she couldn't help feeling curious. Yang Kai coldly snorted, flicking his wrist, sending out a wave of true qi and knocking off his captive's head covering. After seeing her true face, Yang Kai only stared harder at her, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Qiu Yimeng, on the other hand, relaxed and calmly watched the struggling posture of the woman in front of her, giggling slightly. "It really is you. Can you let go?" The woman bit her bright red lips, ignoring Qiu Yimeng's teasing laughter and glaring at Yang Kai, her face bright red with embarrassment, her well-rounded chest rising and falling rapidly, providing quite the enticing scene. Yang Kai frowned and didn't immediately know what to do. Just now, he had felt someone quickly approaching him without sending out any greetings, so he had taken the initiative to restrain them. After considering for a brief moment, Yang Kai waves his hand and released the other party. Suddenly regaining her freedom, the woman yelped and fell to the ground miserably, glaring at Yang Kai angrily as she got up. There was also a hint of venom in her gaze, but she managed to hide it quickly. She had never been treated like this before. "Young Lady Yi," Qiu Yimeng snickered, standing proudly next to Yang Kai and narrowing her eyes at Xianxia in row in front of her, suggestively asking, "Weren't you living a life of peace and luxury, serving the second young lord in his mansion? Why have you come all the way here?" Listening to the hidden barbs in her voice, Xianxia in row felt aggrieved but didn't reveal anything on her face, instead wearing a dazzling smile. "I don't understand what elder sister Qiu is saying. I am only an ally of second young lord. Why would I be serving him? Such minor things can be taken care of by the maids. There's no need for me to personally intervene." "Really?" Qiu Yimeng put on a surprised expression and continued. "How come I heard that since forming an alliance with second young lord, Sister Yi has steadily grown closer to him? Big sister was even wondering if it was almost time to talk about Sister Ye's marriage date." Xianxia Ro's winning smile never faded as she swiftly countered, "Elder sister Qiu must be mistaken. Junior sister Yi isn't one to casually decide her marriage partner. On the other hand, elder sister Qiu isn't young anymore. Isn't it about time for her to consider finding a man to rely upon? If elder sister is interested, little sister can put in a good word for her with second young lord. Second young lord is a little dispirited right now, so if he were to receive such pleasant news, little sister is certain he would be quite pleased." "No need for that." Qiu Yimeng laughed sweetly, turning her head slightly to look at Yang Kai. "If I am to marry, there's already a candidate around me." Xianxia Ro couldn't help gawk slightly, not having imagined that Qiu Yimeng would act so boldly. Right in front of Yang Kai's face, she had all but directly professed her love. Only after a while did she recover, wearing a look of admiration as she spoke. "Elder sister Qiu is really extraordinary. Little sister's face is thin to say such embarrassing words." Qiu Yimeng stared warmly, while Xianxia Ro smiled sweetly, each of them staring into the other's eyes, invisible sparks flying between them. At the entrance to the house, the two guards from some unspecified force who happened to be on duty listened to these two young women calling each other elder sister and junior sister, their tone of voice warm and gentle, as if they were really a pair of harmonious sisters. But contrary to this seemingly intimate conversation, they felt more like these two young ladies were pointing swords at one another, causing cold sweat to drip down their foreheads. "If you have something to say, spit it out and be done with it. I don't have time to listen to you two prattle on." Yang Kai impatiently interrupted their verbal confrontation. He had something he wanted to handle right away, so naturally he didn't want to waste time here. "Must little lord act so cold?" Xianxia Ro pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. "Oh, very well. Since I'm already here, I might as well say what I have to say." Yang Kai simply stared at her, his expression still indifferent. Seeing his attitude, Xianxia Ro's brow furrowed somewhat. "Little lord isn't going to make me say it here, is he? Is it something inconvenient to say?" "Of course it is not convenient to say here." Xianxia Ro's expression sank. Right now she was sneaking around. If someone were to see her in contact with Yang Kai, it wouldn't be a good thing for her. After all, she was currently Yang Zhao's ally. Qiu Yimeng was obviously also worried about this. tiptoeing and whispering something into Yang Kai's ear. She was concerned that word of him meeting with Yi Xianro would be spread out and used by people as negative propaganda. Not only was such a thing bad for Yi Xianro, it would also tarnish Yang Kai's reputation. After listening to Qiu Yimeng's words, Yang Kai, even if he was not willing to, he could only say, "Let's talk about it inside." Just as he said these words, Yi Xianro swiftly flew forward, leaving a fragrant scent in her wake as she rushed into the mansion, throwing a flirtatious glance to Yang Kai and giggling as she passed by him. Witnessing all this, Yang Kai's expression became strange. This Yi Xianro seemed totally different from what he had imagined. "Did you think she was a naive, innocent woman?" Qiu Yimeng coldly snorted. "I did think so." Yang Kai nodded. From Yi Xianro's reputation, her appearance, and his brief contact with her, Yang Kai had felt that although she was currently his opponent, she wasn't someone bad. But now, it seems like his eyes weren't as good as he had thought. "Humph. Be careful not to let her eat you, bones and all." Qiu Yimeng snorted sourly. "Just what kind of person do you think I am?" Yang Kai glanced over at her indifferently. Receiving this look, Qiu Yimeng suddenly let out a pleasant laugh, feeling like she was worrying over nothing. If Yang Kai was like Huixingchan, she may still have some concerns about him falling for Yi Xianro's temptations, but even though she felt Yang Kai was hateful at times, he was still a principled person. If she were to wholeheartedly try to seduce Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng estimated that Yang Kai wouldn't refuse her. But Yi Xianro, she didn't have such ability. Thinking so, Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a pleasant sense of superiority. Walking into the house, outside a quiet room, Qiu Yimeng paused and sneered. "You talk to her yourself. If I go in with you, we'll probably just end up fighting again. So it's best if I'm not around anyways." Yang Kai nodded lightly, having experienced the scene outside his mansion just now. He knew that what Qiu Yimeng said was the truth. Both of them were young ladies of the central capital 8 great families, so they would naturally be compared to one another. However, Qiu Yimeng's reputation was undoubtedly more spectacular, not something Yi Xianro could compare to. Inside the room, Yi Xianro had already taken off her disguise, gently breathing with a calm and relaxed expression. Her looks were impeccable and she had dressed herself up carefully. Yang Kai always knew Yi Xianro was a great beauty, but now looking closely at her, this impression became more profound. Her two jade-like arms were exposed and her skin a pure shade of white. Her chest was full, not too big or too small, just right. Her waist was thin and graceful, perfectly curved hips leading to long slender legs. Adorning her delicate feet were some small bell-like decorations. Although they didn't make any sound, they were small and cute, adding an exotic flavor. The first impression she gave off was that of a gentle and feminine young woman. But when Yang Kai observed her for a moment, he noticed a certain seductive charm in her movement and gaze. "Whatever you have to say, just say it." Yang Kai spat impatiently. "Little Lord is really quite cold." Yi Xianro smiled and pouted lightly. "You're wrong about that," Yang Kai grinned. "I'm not a cold person. I'm also interested in beautiful women, but I have something to do now. I have no interest in wasting time." "Beautiful? May I take that as Little Lord's compliment?" Yi Xianro's face showed a dazzling smile as she casually flirted. "To each their own. Everyone has their own views regarding beauty, and in my opinion you are indeed a beautiful woman." Yang Kai nodded in agreement. "But even if you are a beautiful woman, you can't waste my time. In that case, Xianro will get straight to the point." Yi Xianro didn't try to entangle him any further. About Yang Kai's character, even Yi Xianro briefly understood. He was a man with strong convictions and refused to be led around by others. Regardless of what kind of word games she tried to play, it would likely only serve to annoy him. Yang Kai put on an expression that said he was listening. "After the great battle 7 days ago, Second Young Lord has completely lost his fighting spirit. Although I am an ally of Second Young Lord and should support him at this time, reinvigorating his confidence, I believe that no matter how hard I try, it will be to no avail. In other words, Second Young Lord is destined to lose this war." "What are you trying to say?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed as the corners of his lips rose. Don't tell me you plan to abandon second brother and seek refuge with me? Inside the room, Yi Xianro narrowed her eyes and stared at Yang Kai, breaking out into a smile a moment later. After giggling lightly, she directly said, Little Lord looks down on people far too much. How could I simply abandon second young lord to support you? If I did so, what would that say about me? What would the people of this world think of me? Of my Yi family? It was just a joke. Don't take it too seriously. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He also knew it was impossible for Yi Xianro to agree to this condition. The inheritance war was held by the Yang family in order to select its next patriarch, and the various forces from around the dynasty who participated did so mainly in order to win favor with the former. But the other 7 great families of the central capital were different. They already had rich heritages and wielded great power. Even if not quite equal to the Yang family, they were at least on the same level. They were already inextricably tied to the Yang family, so there was no reason for them to intentionally please them. The young lords and young ladies from the other 7 families who participated in the inheritance war did so mostly to hone themselves and display their abilities. As for who won or who lost, it wasn't of great concern to them. So although Yang Zhao's situation wasn't very optimistic, it was impossible for Yi Xianro to betray him and ally with Yang Kai. She would gain nothing by doing so, while simultaneously damaging her Yi family's reputation. So what is it you really want? Yang Kai stared at Yi Xianro with sharp eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been waiting around here for some time now, right? It would be too much of a coincidence for her to be outside his mansion at the exact moment Yang Kai had walked out. As such, the only explanation was that this woman had been waiting for him. I don't really want anything. Yi Xianro shook her head casually. It's just that the situation is clear. It is only a matter of time before the little lord wins this inheritance war, and it can even be said that if you are willing, you can defeat your brothers right now. Yang Kai remained silent, but a hint of vigilance flashed across his eyes. He couldn't determine if Yi Xianro had come here to gather intelligence or some other nefarious purpose. The winner of this contest will definitely be the little lord. Yi Xianro smiled charmingly as she stared at Yang Kai, seemingly picturing his glorious future, her breath becoming slightly heavier, as if she was slightly intoxicated. I've always had an interest in the strong, and little lord is such a person. You have some boring interests. Yang Kai grinned and said disdainfully. Yi Xianro's eyes flashed a cold light but quickly recovered, giggling sweetly. Then I'll get straight to the point. Xianro has come here only to make one request. And that is, when little lord becomes patriarch of the Yang family, I hope he can take care of my Yi family. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became slightly strange, squinting at Yi Xianro as he asked, Your Yi family is also one of the 8 great families. What do you need my care for? Yi Xianro shook her head slowly, wearing a slightly helpless expression. Little lord may not know, but the 8 great families are currently on the decline. Many of the masters from our families have died recently, and the younger generation is not nearly as competent. Many of them prefer to engage in dandyism and delinquency rather than improving themselves. The last time we fought, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land suffered many losses as well, but we failed to completely destroy them, which greatly damaged the reputation and prestige of the 8 great families. No one knows how long our current status and glory will last if this decline continues. However, I feel that little lord is a man who can bring about miracles. The best example is this inheritance war itself. It isn't an exaggeration to say that the little lord's performance these past 9 months has been a series of miracles. Under little lord's leadership, the Yang family, rather than decline, is likely to become even stronger, but among our 7 families, I don't think any one of us has such ability. When that happens, it won't be long before your Yang family really dominates the central capital and controls the world. Not like now where it does so in name only. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, suddenly discovering that he had somewhat underestimated this woman foresight, worthy of an heir to one of the 8 great families. Despite her obvious personality issues, she was still a unique talent. The current 8 great families didn't actually differ that much in terms of strength, and each of the other 7 were always eager to seize the lead role from the Yang family. Of course, such an opportunity wasn't likely to appear anytime soon. But no matter which one of them it was true that their strength was waning. The problem Xianxia had just described was something Yang Kai also occasionally thought about, but he hadn't considered it too deeply because he felt that this kind of thing had little to do with himself. But listening to her analysis, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that what she said was reasonable. The 8 great families had sat in their current position for too long and had become complacent. This was the so-called 3 generations of wealth. After a period of glory, there would inevitably be a decline and, sooner or later, a fall from power. The symptoms of this decline were already starting to show. The young lords and young ladies of the central capital each thought of themselves as powerful and superior to all others and had forgotten that their current achievements were due in large part to the hardships and sacrifices of their ancestors. For example, if someone like Qiu Zirua became the patriarch of the Qiu family one day, what hope would it have of rising? Gao Rangfeng, Kang Zhan, Meng Shanyi Lu Qingyao, all of them had some ability, but under their leadership, could they really halt the decline in their family's power? This was something that no one could predict. Perhaps such an eventuality won't occur in our lifetime, but I'd rather take precautions sooner rather than later. It's better to be prepared than not prepared. Isn't it? Xianxia declared confidently to Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded in response. In any case, I believe little lord isn't an ordinary man. Under your leadership, the Yang family will definitely grow stronger than it is now. If Xianxia doesn't forge a good relationship with you now, I'm afraid that there will be no chance to do so in the future. Xianxia said frankly, no falsehood apparent on her face or in her voice. It was obviously that this was her sincere opinion. I admit that what you said makes sense. After a moment of indifference, Yang Kai focused his eyes on Xianxia and curled his lips slightly. But what benefit do I get for agreeing to your request? Xianxia bit her lip gently and whispered softly, what benefits does little lord want? As she spoke these words, a fascinating glimmer appeared in her eyes as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, her implied meaning extremely self-evident. Yang Kai looked at her and grinned, slowly shaking his head as he asked, I don't know, what can you offer me? Xianxia let out a charming laugh and slowly rose to her feet, sashaying over towards Yang Kai step by step. When she arrived only a half step away from him, she spun on her heels lightly before gently sitting herself down atop Yang Kai's lap, reaching out her jade-like arms with fluid motions and wrapping them around his neck, bring her face next to his ear and exhaling a hot breath. I can give little lord anything he wants. Really? Yang Kai's flashed an obscene light that seemed to come straight from the depths of his soul, reaching out his strong hands to Xianxia's rich womanly assets, kneading and pinching wantonly. Letting out a suggest moan, Xianxia looked at Yang Kai impishly and pouted. Please be a little more gentle with Xianxia, little lord. Whispering such words from her bright red lips, Xianxia exuded a powerful sense of attraction. In her pair of slightly wet eyes, a hint of pride quickly flashed by. Even though Yang Kai was outstanding, he was still just an 18-year-old boy. Yang Zhao was already her captive, thoroughly conquered by her charms and her body. So how could the even younger Yang Kai escape from her? Xianxia thought to herself as she disdainfully scoffed in her heart. Having given him a taste, Xianxia next slipped out of Yang Kai's embrace. She was an expert at using such tactics, having a bit of fun while whetting a man's appetite yet not allowing him to succeed too easily. She was by no means a pure woman, so how could she not understand a man's thoughts when it came to such matters? Yang Kai did not try to stop her, instead just watching her with a smile, his expression filled with expectation. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would notice that although his gaze seemed fiery, they were actually filled with cold indifference. The moment she stood firm, Xianxia's clothes all suddenly tore to pieces and scattered. A snow-white body with outstanding proportions was suddenly exposed to the air. Her beautiful silky hair cascaded seductively down her lustrous back, highlighting her breathtaking and seductive figure. Xianxia yelped in surprise, not having expected this at all. Immediately, She realized that when Yang Kai had let his hands wander over her body, without her knowing, he must have gotten up to some kind of mischief with her clothes. Feeling a slight sense of panic and fear, Xianxia hurriedly used her delicate arms to cover her most sensitive places. Blushing bright red, she grit her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "You!" But after spitting out a single word, Xianxia quickly swallowed down her anger and instead fidgeted, half nervously, half playfully, as she said with wet eyes, "Little lord, why are you doing this? You offered yourself to me." Yang Kai snorted and narrowed his eyes, saying in a commanding tone, "Move your hands." Xianxia suddenly became embarrassed and hesitated. "Didn't you just say you can give me anything I want?" Yang Kai sneered. "Or what, were you just spouting nonsense?" "Of course I meant what I said," Xianxia replied as she bit her lip, anger flaring up in her heart. She didn't really object to becoming intimate with Yang Kai. She was even somewhat eager to do so, but before securing any actual benefits or at least some kind of verbal commitment, she didn't want to let Yang Kai have his way with her. But now it seemed like she didn't have any choice. After silently cursing to herself, Xianxia continued softly, "Little lord, please don't laugh." Yang Kai remained unapologetic, still assuming the demeanor of a superior looking down at her. Xianxia then slowly slid her hands away and lowered her head, seemingly shy. Yang Kai didn't make the slightest effort to conceal his gaze, his eyes full of aggression as he stared at her. Rich peaks that concealed a deep valley, a smooth and flat belly without the slightest excess fat, a well-trimmed grassy plain that concealed a wondrous treasure, skin as white as fresh snow, a picture sensual enough to make any man spurt blood from his nose, a beauty that one couldn't help being drawn to. Xianxia hid nothing as she stood naked in front of Yang Kai, like the finest piece of art, letting him appreciate her perfect figure and fascinating allure. Yang Kai had to admit that this woman indeed had enough capital to justify her pride, especially the look of shyness she was wearing, which only further enhanced the subtle mood in the air, tickling a man's instincts to push her down and ravage her. Seemingly noticing the fire in Yang Kai's gaze, Xianxia's jade-white body began glowing a faint reddish hue and her breathing gradually became hurried. Although she wasn't an innocent little girl, she was still a woman. Standing like this in front of a man really did make her feel somewhat embarrassed. "Beautiful?" Xianxia let Yang Kai's eyes linger on his body for a moment before slightly lifting her head and gently asking. Yang Kai nodded strongly as he let out a heavy breath. "As long as you give me your promise, then Xianxia will offer you everything." At this point, Xianxia had no other tricks she could play. She could only throw out this kind of bait. Moreover, looking at the appearance and state of Yang Kai, this little brat obviously couldn't refuse such temptation. Of this she was fully confident. She was the first young lady of the Yi family. Just her identity alone would make any man drool at the thought of obtaining her. Not to mention she was also a great beauty. In the room, facing Xianxia's blatant temptation, Yang Kai stood up and walked straight toward her. Xianxia raised his eyes and glanced at him shyly, her heart pounding violently, a faint trace of anticipation on her face. Xianxia really was quite interested in Yang Kai and was more than happy to have a little fun with such an outstanding young man. As Yang Kai approached, Xianxia's breathing also became faster. But in the next moment, Yang Kai walked past her, and in a sarcastic tone whispered into her ear, "Sorry, I have no interest in sluts." The expectation on Xianxia's face instantly disappeared and her expression became ghastly. Her tender body trembling with embarrassment and rage, she whipped around and angrily shouted, "Yang Kai, stop right there." However, Yang Kai didn't pay her any mind and casually walked out. Xianxia was infuriated and leapt forward, preparing to attack, but before she could even get close to Yang Kai, she was swept away by an invisible force. By the time she landed back where she had started, Yang Kai had already disappeared. "Yang Kai, if you dare do this to me, I'll make sure you die a miserable death," Xianxia screamed hysterically. Outside the room, Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with an awkward expression, her face faintly blushing. "Isn't this a bit much? She's still a young woman." Too much? Nonsense. Yang Kai snorted. I'm already being benevolent enough by not calling Xianxia over. I am always kind to women. Well, in any case, she's all yours now. Hee hee. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling, a trace of anticipation flashing across her face. Although Qiu Yimeng couldn't really do anything serious to Yi Xianro given both of their statuses, it was still fine to make her eat some bitter fruit. The two young ladies had always been at loggerheads, and now Yi Xianro had actually brazenly come to her territory to seduce Yang Kai. Even though Qiu Yimeng felt a bit sorry for her being toyed with like this, that didn't mean she wasn't upset with her as well. After Yang Kai left, Qiu Yimeng clapped her hands gently. Immediately, several lower-rank cultivators rushed over and asked, "What are young Lady Qiu's orders?" Her red lips curling into a devilish grin, Qiu Yimeng lightly commanded, "Block all access to this wing. Without my command, no one is allowed to enter." Yes. Inside the room, hearing this, Yi Xianro's beautiful went pale, and she immediately cried out, Elder Sister Qiu, have mercy on Junior Sister knows she was wrong. Elder Sister Qiu. Qiu Yimeng froze, her brow furrowing slightly as she muttered out loud, how odd. My ears seem to be playing tricks on me. Did any of you hear a voice just now? Seeing the dangerous light flashing across the Qiu family's first young lady, all the guards stood up straight and vigorously shook their heads. I could have sworn someone was calling out to me just now, but I guess I was just hearing things. Qiu Yimeng giggled and casually walked away. The guards left behind all felt cold sweat drip down their backs. They suddenly discovered that Qiu Yimeng actually had such a ruthless and vengeful side to her, and all of them glancing towards the sealed room nearby involuntarily revealed a sympathetic look. Just beyond this door, Yi Xianro's perfect body was completely exposed. Back in his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his mood fluctuating. Not because of what just happened with Yi Xianro, but because of what was about to happen next. 7 days ago, when he broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, Yang Kai was still unaware of it as there were so many things for him to deal with at the time, but after resolving all these issues and having a moment of peace, he realized something important. The wordless black book had a reaction. Summoning it with his mind, the black book made from a giant piece of soulstone appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Only after obtaining this black book had Yang Kai truly stepped onto the martial path, and from that point on his momentum had been unstoppable. Each time a seal on the wordless black book was lifted, Yang Kai would obtain a great advantage, but his own unyielding efforts were the real reason for his rapid progress. Yang Kai still clearly remembered everything he had obtained from the black book. The first page of the black book had contained the unyielding golden skeleton which had reforged his crippled body. The second page had contained the tempered body record which had allowed him to greatly enhance his physique. The third page stored the magical incense burner which allowed him to greatly increase his rate of cultivation. The fourth page had taught him the true Yang secret art, the secret art which served as the foundation of his current true chi strength. The fifth page had guided him to Medicine King's Valley, where he had obtained the peerless treasures beneath the myriad drug pond. When the sixth page was unsealed, it had opened up the vast black book space. Since then, though, the wordless black book had not shown any response, and only after his most recent breakthrough did Yang Kai feel the seal on the seventh page loosen. The seal loosening meant that with his current strength and cultivation, he would be able to break this seal and unearth the secret buried in the seventh page. It went without saying that each time he opened a new page in the black book, Yang Kai obtained incredible benefits. So now, at this moment, how could Yang Kai not be excited? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Yang Kai held the wordless black book, opened it, and poured his true chi into it. But soon, Yang Kai noticed something abnormal. When he poured his true chi into the black book would swallow it to a certain extent. But the seal on the seventh page didn't budge, even refusing to accept his true chi and reflecting it back at him. Yang Kai was immediately lost in thought. Was there something wrong with how he's circulating his true chi? Or was the quantity of his true chi not great enough? Perhaps, this wasn't how the seventh page was supposed to be unsealed. The seventh page had only begun responding after he had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary and opened up his knowledge sea. so it was reasonable that the appearance of his knowledge sea and divine sense were the biggest factors in the seal loosening. Thinking so, Xianxia stopped pouring his true qi into the black book and instead began gathering his spiritual energy and sending it into the 7th page. The blank 7th page, after receiving this influx of spiritual energy, began to faintly glow and swallow it. Seeing this scene, Xianxia affirmed his own inference. To unlock the 7th page's seal, he had to use his spiritual energy. In for a penny, in for a pound, Xianxia swiftly enhanced the rate at which he transferred his spiritual energy to the black book. As his spiritual energy was continuously swallowed up by the black book, Xianxia clearly witnessed the 7th page's seal weaken, like a great iceberg being melting away under a hot sun. This process was quite slow, but there was without a doubt progress being made. Time passed quickly and the sun now hung low in the sky. Xianxia kept at it for an unknown amount of time and had even taken 3 spiritual energy supplementing pills in order to keep up with this rapid consumption. And the black book's 7th page's seal finally broke. On the 7th page, a complicated series of crisscrossing glowing lines appeared. It seemed to be some kind of spirit array. When the complete spirit array was fully illuminated, a small vortex which seemed to have the ability to devour everything appeared and began to slowly rotate. As this rotation became faster, something began to emerge from the page. Xianxia suddenly felt an instinctive sense of panic as his soul seemed to be drawn in by some invisible force, nearly rushing out of his knowledge sea. Xianxia was shocked and stunned, quickly calming himself down and stabilizing his mind. If his soul was really sucked away, he would become an empty shell, a mindless idiot. At this moment, everyone in the house, even Meng Wuya and Ling Tai-su, felt a sense of restlessness. This feeling only lasted a moment, dissipating as fast as it came, but it had caused these 2 elite masters to become deeply vigilant. Simultaneously, the 2 old men probed the area where Xianxia had secluded himself, but after a careful examination they failed to discover anything. It seemed like something was isolating this area from their divine sense probe. This discovery, or rather lack thereof, only made them feel more suspicious, wondering what exactly was happening. Inside his room, Xianxia stared at the object which had emerged from the 7th page of the black book, his expression somewhat awkward. This thing was about the size of a small egg. It had 2 pointed ends and was rounded in the middle with a single flat edge. There were also many lines and patterns on its surface, somewhat like human veins but also resembling a complex tortoise-shell pattern. At first glance, Xianxia thought it was some kind of strange fruit, but after carefully observing it, Xianxia felt it more closely resembled a closed eye. At this thought, a chill ran through his heart and countless goosebumps appeared on his skin. He didn't know what this thing was. In the past, when a new page in the black book was unsealed, there was always a message that let him know what benefit he had obtained. But this time there was no such convenient explanation. The difficulty in undoing this seal was also far beyond what Xianxia had expected. Vaguely, Xianxia felt that this strange object was something absolutely indispensable, but he had no idea what its purpose was. All he could tell was that it seemed to have some kind of faint connection with his soul. Attempting to reach out to it with his divine sense, the eye-like thing immediately disappeared, and at the same time, Xianxia noticed a new presence in his knowledge sea. Drawing his consciousness into his knowledge sea, Xianxia quickly looked around. Sure enough, the strange object had been admitted to his knowledge sea and was now quietly floating above island, transformed from the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. There was no sense of incongruence, as if it perfectly matched with his soul. In addition to it and the soul-warming lotus, there was also a small sword floating about in his knowledge sea. It was the soul-type artifact he had used to kill Nanshang. In order to refine this small sword, Xianxia had expended a lot of effort, but this strange eye-like object had entered his knowledge sea almost effortlessly. Shaking his head, Xianxia couldn't understand what any of this meant. At that moment, a sound reached his ear and Xianxia removed himself from his knowledge sea. Opening the door, outside his room stood Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya, who were staring at him with dignified expressions. Immediately, 2 huge divine senses swept over him, but after finding nothing out of the ordinary, They simply stared at him with puzzled looks for a moment before not asking anything, turning around and leaving. "Young master, are you all right?" Immediately after, old demon arrived and asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Knowing these people had all come here worrying about him made his heart feel a little warm. "Good. As long as young master is all right." Old demon put down the worries in his heart and turned around to leave. "Wait!" Yang Kai suddenly called out. "What are young master's instructions?" "Go and call Leng Shan." "Yes." A dozen or so breaths later, Leng Shan of Ghost King Valley walked into Yang Kai's room under the leadership of Old Demon. Looking at Yang Kai curiously, Leng Shan calmly asked, "What is it?" "Take a seat." Yang Kai didn't get up and instead gestured casually to her. Leng Shan paused for a moment, not understanding Yang Kai's intentions. "I once said that when I broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary one day, I would set you free," Yang Kai said with a friendly chuckle to Leng Shan's suspicious face. "Now, it's time to fulfill that promise." Leng Shan's eyes suddenly flashed a brilliant light, full of hope and expectation. A few years ago, when she had gone out for life experience in that isolated world, Yang Kai had left a brand on her and ZMO of Tianlang Dynasty souls. At the beginning, Leng Shan and ZMO tried every means to escape Yang Kai's control, but after wide variety of experiences, Leng Shan's attitude towards him slowly changed. Later, when they had reunited at the Evil Cavern and Yang Kai had single-handedly saved her and her fellow Ghost King Valley disciples, Leng Shan even began to feel grateful towards him. When she had learned of the Inheritance War, Leng Shan and the Ghost King Valley disciples who owed Yang Kai a deep debt of gratitude had defied their elders' commands and journeyed to War City to assist him. By now, she wasn't very concerned about the soul brand that Yang Kai had left in her mind, not even really caring if it remained or not. After all, beside the initial period where she had tried to rebel against him, Yang Kai had never used it to harm or coerce her in any way. But despite all that, hearing Yang Kai say he was going to remove it still made Leng Shan a little happy. This man really was someone who kept his word. Yang Kai gently nodded, and Leng Shan stepped forward and sat down in front of him. "Relax." Yang Kai laughed lightly when he saw some nervousness on her face. The next moment, the huge and pure divine sense condensed and directly rushed into Leng Shan's mind. Right now, Leng Shan was still only a true element boundary 9th stage cultivator. But although she hadn't broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary yet and opened up her knowledge sea, as a sentient creature, she still had a soul. His powerful divine sense scanning through Leng Shan's mind, Yang Kai immediately found an energy fluctuation which matched his own. It was the soul brand he had implanted on Leng Shan a few years ago. Next, Yang Kai carefully drew out this spiritual energy and assimilated it into his divine sense. This process wasn't difficult for Yang Kai, who had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. After only as long as it would take to drink half a cup of tea, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and smiled. "Done." Leng Shan blinked slowly and looked at Yang Kai, her emotions somewhat torn. Regaining her freedom was obviously a happy event, one worth celebrating. But after so long subtly feeling Yang Kai's presence near her, Leng Shan now suddenly felt like something was missing, which was somewhat disconcerting. "Thank you." Leng Shan recovered quickly, stood up and thanked him gently. From now on, she and Yang Kai were no longer connected. After the end of the Inheritance War, she would likely return to Ghost King Valley with her fellow disciples and never again set foot in the central capital and War City. "It's what I should do." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Leng Shan smiled shyly, nodded, and then left the room. In the hall outside, Old Demon chuckled and said, "Leng girl, congratulations." But in response, Leng Shan actually gave him a cold stare. Her expression greatly confused the Old Demon, wondering where he had offended her. "Old Demon, come in." Yang Kai suddenly called out from inside the room. Old Demon hurried in and asked, "What other instructions does young master have?" "Take a seat." "Ah." Old Demon was shocked and suddenly realized what Yang Kai was planning. Unable to hide a look of excitement, he hesitantly began to say, "Young master, since I told you to sit then sit, dispense with the nonsense." Old Demon obediently sat down in front of Yang Kai, trying his best to calm himself even as he anticipated what was to come next. Relax, your knowledge sees defense, Yang Kai said lightly. Old Demon hastened to comply. The next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense poured into Old Demon's knowledge sea and began seeking for his spiritual energy brand. A short while later, Yang Kai and Old Demon blinked at the same time, the former staring at the latter somewhat strangely. Heh. Yang Kai grinned as he stared at Old Demon. Seems like I've seen something incredible. Just now, when he had invaded Old Demon's knowledge sea, the first thing he saw was a blood-red sea. Old Demon's knowledge sea, which could only be described as an ocean of blood, was filled with potent demonic intent and was in no way weaker than Yang Kai's, and also carried a slight feeling of unease. While exploring this bloody knowledge sea, Yang Kai faintly perceived some of Old Demon's memories, including his previous desires to escape from and seek revenge on him. However, everyone had their own thoughts and secrets, so Yang Kai didn't dare to spy too much, lest he come across something he would rather not see, and after finding the thread of divine sense belonging to him and retrieving it, he hurriedly evacuated. Old Demon immediately paled. Young Master, please calm your anger. All of those thoughts were something Old Servant had long ago. Now, Old Servant is completely loyal to Young Master, and will continue to be until the earth is destroyed and the sun and moon fade from the sky. Fine. Yang Kai stood up and casually waved his hand. Don't try to flatter me. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have set you free in the first place. Young Master is the epitome of magnanimity, Old Demon loudly declared. From this day forward, Old Servant pledges to redouble his efforts to loyally support Young Master. Yang Kai simply nodded lightly, not saying any more. Old Demon didn't get up to leave immediately though, and instead began fiddling with his hands, seemingly wanting to say something. Yang Kai noticed this and waited for him to speak. Young Master, Old Servant must inform you of a previous offense, Old Demon nervously said. If you're referring to your previous thoughts, you don't have to say any more. No, something else. Old Demon shook his head in embarrassment. It's about your method of controlling others. You mean your method? Yes, Old Servant's methods. Old Demon nodded. Whether it was himself, Leng Shan, or ZMO, it was only through Old Demon's assistance that Yang Kai was able to control them. In the process, Yang Kai was only responsible for providing a thread of divine sense while all the other arrangements were made by Old Demon. At those times, Yang Kai's cultivation was still relatively weak, and it was impossible for him to use his spiritual energy to brand other souls. What Old Servant wants to say is, this method has both advantages and disadvantages. Old Demon stole a glance at Yang Kai, and seeing his expression remain indifferent, he couldn't help wincing slightly and quickly continuing. The biggest advantage of this method is its ease of use. Young Master had likely already realized that, with the help of Old Servant, by only using a thread of divine sense, it is easy to control others. And the drawbacks? Yang Kai thought that this was the main point as he hadn't heard Old Demon mention any kind of disadvantage before. Old Demon scratched his head awkwardly and after a long silence said, the malpractice of this method is that if one suffers, so does the other? Speak clearly. Yang Kai frowned. If the soul of the one being controlled by this method is destroyed, then Young Master's soul may also be injured. Old Demon grit his teeth and explained. Yang Kai was somewhat startled but hurriedly made a conjecture. Is it because my thread of divine sense in their mind would also be destroyed? Precisely. Fortunately, both Old Servant and that little girl Leng Shan were both safe the whole time. Old Demon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he said, but, perhaps, if that girl ZMO encounters some kind of tragedy. Yang Kai snickered, understanding what Old Demon wanted to say. Young Master, if this issue concerns you, Old Servant will immediately take a trip to Tianlang Dynasty and bring her here. Old Demon quickly proposed. Do you have such ability? Yang Kai stared at him. Although Tianlang Dynasty wasn't as powerful as the Great Han Dynasty, it was still a vast land where many cultivators gathered. San Luo Temple, where ZMO hailed from, was the pinnacle superforces of Tianlang Dynasty, and would obviously have more than one above Immortal Ascension boundary master guarding it. Even though Old Demon's cultivation was strong and his methods profound, snatching someone from Sen Luo Temple was still impossible. Old Demon had never told him this before because he had originally wanted to use this method to leverage his freedom. But after all this time, Yang Kai understood that Old Demon no longer had any intentions of doing this and naturally had no intention to pursue it any further. The fact that Old Demon had willingly told him about this malpractice was enough to explain his frankness and loyalty. On top of that, in Yang Kai's view, this malpractice wasn't actually a big deal. As long as ZMO didn't die, he wouldn't receive any injury. No need, we can deal with it later on. Yang Kai casually said. Yes. Old Demon said awkwardly as he nodded. In any case, having his thread of divine sense in someone else's mind wasn't an issue to be resolved by others. Yang Kai could only wait for the inheritance war to end before finding some free time to seek out ZMO. Thinking about that bold and daring woman, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became a bit strange. Back then, in that isolated world, she and I almost... Reflecting on his youthful recklessness, Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. 2 days later, in the early morning, a group of uninvited guests came to Yang Kai's mansion. The guards on duty hurriedly informed Yang Kai of these people's arrival. When Yang Kai arrived in the main hall a short while later, he discovered Yang Zhen, the head elder of the Yang family elder hall, sitting at the table. Along with Yang Zhen, there were a few others who Yang Kai had never greeted before, but one thing these people all shared in common was that they were very strong, each of them having at least reached the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage. 5 such masters had suddenly appeared at once. Furrowing his brow slightly, Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists politely. Greetings, Elder Zhen. Yang Zhen nodded lightly, his expression quite solemn. Elder Zhen, these are... Yang Kai glanced around at the other seated figures. Elders of our Yang family. Yang Zhen explained. Yang Kai had already met a number of the old men who belonged to the Yang family's elder hall. Those elders had served the Yang family for many years, and now that they were approaching the twilight of their lives, had been granted the status of elder and given a seat in the elder hall. Besides handling some minor chores now and then, most of those old men spent their time studying the martial Tao or enjoying their remaining years however they chose to. However, there was another group of elders who really managed the Yang family's affairs and were the ones with real power. The elders in front of him now were obviously from the latter group. Understanding this, Yang Kai nodded slightly to each of them. None of them responded though, their expressions remaining aloof and indifferent. Yang Kai didn't pay this any mind. The Yang family's top management were mostly like this, as were the elders of the other 8 great families. May Jr. ask what purpose elders have in coming to my house at this time? Yang Kai asked, a bad feeling welling up in his heart. Last time, because of the Blood Warrior issue, Yang Kai had been summoned back to the family. Now, a number of elders had personally come to see him. Obviously, the problem this time was more serious than last time. Otherwise, this would not be the case. Why ask something you already know? Yang Zhen coldly snorted and said, you killed the heirs to the Nan and Xiang families in full view of tens of thousands of people in War City. Such wanton lawlessness. Do you really think yourself to be above the heavens? Is that what this is about? Yang Kai stared blankly at Yang Zhen for a moment before chuckling. Several elders, aren't you making too much of a fuss over nothing? Too much of a fuss? A man wearing a blue gown suddenly called out coldly. They were 2 heirs of 2 first-class families. Not stray dogs or cats that could be casually butchered. To me, they are no different from stray cats or dogs. Yang Kai turned to look at the person who spoke, a sneer appearing on his mouth. Bold. The man was coldly snorted as everyone else in the room shook their heads, their expressions filling with disappointment. Although they resided in the central capital, they had also been paying attention to the situation in War City. From Yang Kai's past performances, these elders had thought a reliable candidate to inherit the patriarch's position had emerged. But now, after they had met him, they suddenly discovered that this little brat simply didn't know how high the heavens were, and that he didn't place anyone in his eyes. Such willfulness had obviously disappointed them. Although the Yang family was normally arrogant and domineering, they wouldn't intentionally go around provoking trouble. But Yang Kai killing 2 first-class family heirs in the inheritance war had undoubtedly violated this bottom line. With such a precedent set, the next time the Yang family held the inheritance war, which prominent family would dare to send its people to participate? It was precisely because the lives of these young lords and young ladies from big families weren't in any danger that they came in the first place. After all, the inheritance war was a rare opportunity for them to hone their skills and make connections. But now that this sense of security had been destroyed by Yang Kai, if the Yang family couldn't give the world an appropriate explanation, what point would there be in trying to host the inheritance war from now on? Relying on your identity as a Yang family direct descendant to kill another first-class family's heir. Such behavior has had a chilling effect on many of this world's forces, and has put the family in an awkward position. A middle-aged woman who appeared to be around 40 years old stared coldly at Yang Kai and said in a hoarse voice, "This woman wasn't ugly. Even though she was now middle-aged, she still retained a kind of mature charm, but listening to the harsh tone of her voice made others feel particularly uncomfortable. Even if I wasn't a Yang family direct descendant, since those 2 dared offend me, they would still have to die." Yang Kai's eyes flashed a ruthless light. The several elders present could only shake their heads, the middle-aged woman muttering, "It seems that you're completely unrepentant. Elder Jin will leave this up to you." Yang Jin nodded lightly and took over the conversation. "Yang Kai, you've gone too far this time. You are young and headstrong. This old master also had a period where he acted so, and as such will not blame you for your actions. But as a man, you must take responsibility for what you have done." "How does Elder Jun want me to take responsibility?" Yang Kai sneered. "Could it be those 2 families want me to pay with my life?" Yang Jun nodded lightly. "The people from the Nan family and Xiang family who arrived in the central capital a few days ago indeed asked for such compensation." "And the meaning of the family?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a grin. "The family naturally rejected their outrageous request." Yang Jun coldly snorted. "Without considering their own weight, they dared ask my Yang family to hand over one of its direct descendants. Utter nonsense." Yang Kai's expression didn't change in the slightest. The family refusing such a request was not because they wanted to protect him, but rather because agreeing would affect the honor of the family. About such calculations, Yang Kai was abundantly clear. Even if it wasn't him but one of the other Yang family young lords who had committed such an act, the Yang family would still protect them. So Yang Kai didn't feel a need to express any gratitude. "However, we still must provide some kind of response. Otherwise, the Yang family's reputation will be tarnished." Yang Zhan quickly said, "The family has ordered you to apologize to the 2 families." "Apologize?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. And if I refuse?" "This is an order from the family." The man in the blue robe shouted, "Do you dare to refuse?" "So what if it's an order from the family?" Yang Kai coldly scoffed at him. "Arrogant brat," the man angrily shouted. "I have already heard that you were wild and disrespectful, but I never expected the rumors to have understated things so much. Us coming here specially is already giving you more face than a mere junior deserves. Since you wish to play with fire, then you should be prepared to get burnt." As the man spoke, his aura became dangerous and pressed towards Yang Kai. But in the next moment, countless divine senses and extremely powerful auras shrouded the entire hall from every direction. Lala! The main hall trembled and creaked under the weight of this pressure. Facing the brunt of this pressure, the aura the blue-robed elder had just released was melted like snow under the hot summer sun. The other elders in the hall also went pale, suddenly recalling that there were many powerful masters gathered in Yang Kai's mansion. Trying to use force as a deterrent here was akin to showing off meager skills in front of an expert. "Everyone withdraw!" Yang Kai yelled. The horrible pressure instantly dissipated, and the divine senses were all taken back. The blue-robed elder by now had large drops of cold sweat on his forehead as he stared towards Yang Kai complexly. He was an elder of Yang family and was used to being the one in power. Few could even speak to him as an equal given his status, so he had thought that being sent here to speak with Yang Kai was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. But now it seems like it was actually a very dangerous mission. The prestige of this little brat in front of the various masters gathered in this mansion seemed to have reached an unparalleled level. No wonder the patriarch had ordered several elders to come together. When he had first received this order, he thought Xianxia was making a fuss over nothing, but apparently the patriarch had much greater vision than he had. If he had come here by himself in order to deliver the family's order, this little brat would likely not even bother to receive him. What is elder's name? Xianxia stared at him. Wei Qing. The blue-robed elder unconsciously responded to Xianxia's words, his face suddenly becoming a bit red after returning to his senses. The other elders in the hall couldn't help narrowing their eyes slightly at this gaffe, their evaluations of Wei Qing greatly reducing. Elder Wei? Xianxia muttered, a trace of disdain flashing across his eyes as he coldly remarked, "Please don't try to show off your strength inside my house. There are many dangerous characters residing here, you know." Being so disdained, Wei Qing's expression twisted and became especially ugly. "Enough!" Xianxia shouted, sullenly staring at Xianxia. While Elder Wei's surname is not Yang, he has made considerable contributions to the family over these years. Otherwise, he would not have been granted the position of elder. Showing contempt for him is no different from showing contempt for the elder hall. Is that another responsibility you wish to bear? Xianxia stopped talking but still remained indifferent. "Let us handle our official business," the middle-aged woman hurriedly said, reminding everyone that they had come here not to discuss etiquette, but to exert pressure on Xianxia. Awakened by these words, some of the elders' faces went red, while others went black. Even with 5 of them arriving at once, hadn't they almost forgotten their intended purpose? None of them had expected Xianxia to steer the conversation in a different direction with only a few pointed words. If they continued like this, it would be difficult for them to complete their task. This little brat is really adept at leading people by the nose. The woman couldn't help reevaluating Xianxia. Facing such offensive remarks, it was no wonder Wei Qing couldn't hold his temper. As a Yang family disciple, daring to ignore the family's commands and daring to despise an elder, did he really consider himself a Yang family disciple? And we should deal with the main issues. Yang Zhen was also slightly surprised, refocusing his attention and calmly asking, "Putting aside the Nan and Xiang family issue for now, Xianxia, I want to ask you something. Is it true you have a strong demon in your house?" "Yes." "Is he from the ash-gray cloud evil land?" "No. Junior has already discussed this matter with the Grand Elders residing in the Seal Temple." Yang Zhen nodded faintly. "Naturally, we are aware of your conversation with Grand Elder Li Ting, and we have also sent people to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land to investigate. From the news we have received so far, he indeed does not seem to be a person from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, but such news can be forged. Regardless, since you claim he is not a person of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, then where does he come from?" "I don't know." Xianxia shook his head. Wei Qing didn't dare make another sound, but a different elder in yellow robes coldly snorted. "You don't know where he's from yet you still accepted him? I heard that the relationship between you two is akin to master and servant. I don't have a habit of prying into others' private affairs. Everyone has their own secrets. Isn't that also true of you elders? If I were to ask right now, would you willingly tell me everything about yourself?" "Impudence!" The yellow-robed man was so angry that he smashed the arm of his chair. Yang Zhen quickly reached out and silenced this man. Yang Zhen was aware that none of the elders who came here today were Xianxia's opponent in a verbal confrontation. This little brat's tongue was too slippery, and he could easily lead these stubborn elders off topic. Let's not mention this for the time being. "Xianxia, did you really come from High Heaven Pavilion?" "Yes." Xianxia's brow finally furrowed, faintly realizing what Yang Zhen wanted to do. "And the remaining High Heaven Pavilion Dem. Ahem. Are those people in your house right now?" "Correct. High Heaven Pavilion has been designated an evil sect. So many Devil Path cultivators reside in your house, including a number of juniors from Ghost King Valley. Taking all of this into consideration, I will ask you once again, have you ever cultivated an demonic secret art?" As he reached the end of this question, Yang Zhen's eyes gradually became sharp as he stared at Xianxia fixedly. However, In response, Yang Kai's lips just curled into a mocking grin as he replied, "If Junior said he had never cultivated such a secret art, would several elders believe it?" After a short pause, all 5 of these elders shook their heads. Less than 10 days ago, when Yang Kai was breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary, the demonic chi and evil energy that burst from his body had blanketed War City, catching the attention of many and causing no small amount of concern. Everyone now believed that Yang Kai had cultivated some kind of demonic secret art, so even if he were to deny it now, no one would be convinced. Then I have nothing to say. Since they had already decided he was cultivating a demonic secret art, opening his mouth to deny it would only be a waste of breath. Then we'll have to take that as a confirmation. Yang Zhen took a deep breath and said with a somewhat disappointed voice, "Yang Kai, in truth, regarding this inheritance war, this old master was not very optimistic about you at first because of your eccentric choices and lack of strong allies, but you have repeatedly created miracles and defied all of our expectations. This old master was also gradually realized that the Yang family could only be inherited by you. The Yang family is a great colossus, and only with outstanding people at its helm can it prosper and grow. You are such a person. Elder Jin thinks too highly of me." Yang Kai commented, slightly surprised. "But now, this old master has one question he must ask." Yang Zhen let out a sigh before solemnly asking, "Yang Kai, what is it you want to do?" Yang Kai stared back at him calmly and said nothing. Yang Zhen stood up and walked over to Yang Kai slowly, continuing, "Sheltering the last remaining members of High Heaven Pavilion. A close relationship with Ghost King Valley. A powerful demon servant of unknown origins. Cultivating a demonic secret art. Almost falling to the devil's practices yet still obstinately continuing down this path. You only broke through to the immortal ascension boundary a few days ago, yet now you have already reached the second stage, the speed of enhancement of your demonic secret art. It's nothing less than astonishing. Yang Kai, tell this old master, what exactly do you want? Could it be you want to overturn the central capital and oppose the 8 great families?" Yang Zhen step by step approached Yang Kai, staring straight into his eyes as if trying to see into his inner thoughts. Overturn the central capital and oppose the 8 great families. Yang Kai had never had such thoughts. Although he didn't have a great sense of belonging to the Yang family, his only desire was to clear his sect's name, not start a rebellion. Listening to Yang Zhen's stern questioning, though, he quickly realized something. "Is this what you think of me?" Yang Kai stared at Yang Zhen in front of him and asked quietly. Yang Zhen's expression became somewhat pained as he shook his head. "You shouldn't blame the family for thinking negatively about you. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself. Your performance these past few months are the root of all these speculations. It is undeniable that you are indeed a good seed. But if such a good seedling were to become a demon lord level figure, the family won't hesitate to purge you in order to maintain its honor and purity." After a short pause, Yang Zhen sighed again. If all of this was just the family's worries, it wouldn't be such a big deal. The various family elders would just need to help you dispel the demonic chi in your body, and that would be the end of it. But you should understand that it is not just my Yang family that is currently making noise about this, correct? Yang Kai's expression had long ago become cold. "You should know that the day after you broke through, the other 7 great families all sent people to contact my Yang family. All of them expressed worries that you will become a figure akin to the current demon lord." Yang Zhen deeply sighed. This wasn't just baseless speculation but the lessons learned from experience. You come from High Heaven Pavilion, you cultivate a peerless demonic secret art, and your aptitude is heaven-defying. Meanwhile, the demon lord was a former disciple of High Heaven Pavilion and is currently the absolute ruler of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. His strength and methods are phenomenal, and in this world, no one in the above immortal ascension boundary is his opponent, while the 2 of you share a uncle-marshal-nephew relationship. A single demon lord has forced the 8 great families into a passive position. If a second were to rise. Yang Zhen slowly shook his head, and fearful expression creeping onto his face, even showing some trepidation as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai. These factors are linked together. How could people not have concerns? Is everyone worried about me becoming a second demon lord? Yang Kai asked unemotionally. Yes, and from what we understand your aptitude is even greater than that so-called demon lord. If you were to really reach that step? Yangjin smiled helplessly as he shook his head. If Yang Kai were really to become the second demon lords and fight against the forces of the central capital, what resistance could the 8 great families hope to mount? The other elders in the hall also wore disturbed expressions, seemingly picturing the scene of the central capital's destruction. In the end, all of this is just your speculations. Yang Kai suddenly lost interest in defending himself, instead just bluntly stating this fact. The people of the 8 great families were thick-headed and stubborn. They always believed themselves to be in the right. Yang Kai knew there was nothing he could say or do that would change their opinions or alleviate their suspicions. The most he might be able to do is change the thinking of 1 or 2 people, but that wouldn't have any effect on the overall situation. Preventing problems before they happen. This is one of the reasons the 8 great families have been able to stand firm in the central capital for so many years. Yangjin admitted freely, "The 8 great families must defend themselves against you. My path is something I have walked on my own," Yang Kai said with a hint of venom and mockery. "I was born a cripple, unable to cultivate. My father wanted me to enter the Yang family dragon transformation pond in the hopes that its mystical effects would help cleanse and heal my body. But after working tirelessly for so many years and submitting so many applications to the Elder Hall, his simple request was never once accepted. Even if he had made enough contributions to the family in order to warrant such a reward, the Elder Hall only gave my parents a single response. Wastes are not qualified to use the dragon transformation pond." Yang Zhen's expression immediately became awkward. When the Yang family 4th master submitted these applications in the past, he was the one who had rejected them. Yang Kai bringing this subject up at this time, naturally Yang Zhen would feel his face become slightly hot. Now, after I have this kind of accomplishment and cultivation, the family wants to control me and tell me what I can and cannot do. Elder Zhen, don't you think that's too ridiculous? Yang Zhen's face went blue, too embarrassed to answer. Yet Yang Kai continued, "A few days ago, when I was breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, if it weren't for my friends and elders stepping forward to help me, I would have already been killed by my own family's Grand Elder. Even if I didn't die, I would probably have become a cripple again. Does the family only want to block my path and destroy my future? Elder Zhen, don't you think the family is going too far? Impudence." Yang Zhen couldn't help shouting out in annoyance. "The family is supreme. What does it matter if the family sacrifices you for its benefit? Elder Zhen's ideals and conviction are worthy of praise. Junior admits he is inferior in this respect. After all, Junior is a relatively selfish person." Yang Kai suddenly stepped forward and emitted a cold, murderous aura. "As such, Junior will now kill all 5 of you elders and then confess his sins to the family, accepting whatever punishment they decide to impose. That way you all can be at ease in the afterlife that you sacrificed yourselves for the family." All 5 of the elders went pale and hastily jumped up from their seats, staring at Yang Kai cautiously while secretly condensing their strength. Seeing the reaction, Yang Kai suddenly laughed heartily. Several elders also seemed to be relatively selfish people. The elders couldn't help turning red in the face, all of them feeling somewhat ashamed of their performance. It was easy to speak of one's ideals, but when it was their turn to be sacrificed, things never seemed to be that simple. Let's get back to the main issue. The horsewoman hurriedly changed the topic. Yang Zhen stared at Yang Kai for a moment before wearing a forced smile and shaking his head. "It's always so tiring dealing with you. Fine, this old master will stop beating around the bush. Letting you apologize to the Xiang and Nan families is just a cover. My Yang family juniors never admit defeat. Even if you felt like you should apologize to those 2 families, the family would never agree and would even try to prevent you from doing so. What does the family really want me to do? Return to the central capital where the Grand Elders will jointly take action to dispel the demonic qi in your body. From that point on you won't have to worry about falling prey to the devil's practices, and the other 7 families will also lose their reason to sanction you." Yang Kai remained silent. He didn't believe that the Yang family's Grand Elders had the means to dispel the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton, which was undetectable as long as he didn't purposely display it. Moreover, this evil energy wasn't harmful to him in the first place, so Xianxia didn't feel that he needed to drive it out. After that, you may continue with the inheritance war, but the position of Yang family patriarch cannot be inherited by you. Patriarch also said that after the end of the inheritance war, he will come forward personally to rectify High Heaven Pavilion's name. Patriarch hopes you can understand the pains of the family. The family had nothing but suspicion and fear towards Xianxia. Naturally, they couldn't allow him to sit in the patriarch's position. If one day Xianxia really became a demon lord-like character, wouldn't the Yang family lose all face? Don't hurry to refuse. The family proposing this also stems from another layer of considerations. Yang Zhen took a deep breath and added, "What considerations?" "It's about the mysterious rate of cultivation of those in your house," Yang Zhen said solemnly as he stared at Xianxia. The other elders in the room also began breathing a little quicker. "Do you think you can continue concealing it?" Yang Zhen smiled wryly. "Although no one knows exactly why the strength of the cultivators in your house improves so quickly, everyone agrees that you have something to do with it. The blood warriors under your command breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage one after another, this phenomenon is too abnormal and has attracted a lot of attention. In addition, there is also the case of your parents." At the mention of his parents, a cold light flashed deep within Xianxia's eyes. Yang Yingfeng suffered from a chronic illness and had his cultivation stagnate at the Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage for many years, but now he has already broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage. All of this happened after you returned to the central capital. Such a rapid increase in strength in such a short period of time. Do you dare to say that this has no relationship with you? Dong Suju's strength hasn't shown as terrifying an increase in strength as Yang Yingfeng, but she is still progressing many times faster than before. Do you really think all of us Yang family people are blind? Xianxia simply remained indifferent. He had considered this issue before giving his parents the myriad drug liquid and myriad drug milk, but had still not hesitated to do so because they were his parents, the only ones in the entire Yang family who had ever truly cared for him. You cultivating a demonic secret art is enough to explain the rapid growth in your personal strength, but then what method did you use to allow your friends, family, and allies to similarly improve their strength at such a quick pace? Not only does my Yang family care deeply about this, but so too do the other 7 families. Yang Zhen's expression became somewhat dispirited. Do you really think the other 7 families would join forces to apply pressure to my Yang family simply to dispose of you? Although you do have the potential to become a second demon lord, right now your strength is still insignificant to pose any real threat. They aren't idle enough to concern themselves with such trivial matters. Benefits were supreme, and the central capital 8 great families were all sensitive to their scent. Them taking action could only mean there were enough benefits for them to do so. The effects of the myriad drug liquid had obviously drawn their attention. A means to quickly improve the strength of cultivators, which family wouldn't be jealous of such a treasure? Making you return to the central capital is also the family's consideration. Only if you return to the Yang family and enter the protection of the family's masters can you rest at ease. Is the family's greatest concern this secret of mine? I won't deny this. Yang Zhen nodded calmly. But this time the family has done its best as proof. We have come in person to inform you instead of simply sending a letter or messenger. The difference between the two approaches you should be able to understand. Xianxia nodded lightly. These 5 elders coming to speak to him personally obviously was a display of sincerity. The family's way of saying they hoped they could cooperate. Xianxia would return to the family to accept protection, and in exchange he would offer the secret to enhancing his force's strength to them. If the family had instead sent him a letter ordering him to return, then directly suppressed and imprisoned him, obviously he would never have compromised. At that time, it would be no different from trying to scoop water with a bamboo basket, a fruitless endeavor. The Yang family's leadership also somewhat understood Xianxia's temperament, so they naturally hoped to solve this matter peacefully rather than by force. You consider carefully. After Yang Zhen finished, he stopped talking and waited patiently. However, Xianxia only took a moment before decisively shaking his head. Knowing the whole story now, it is even more impossible for me to return to the central capital. The family wanting his myriad drug liquid, this wasn't a big deal. Considering just how much myriad drug liquid he had, Yang Kai didn't mind giving them some. Although he didn't have much sense of belonging to the Yang family, in the end, it was still the Yang family which had provided him with a stage to display his talents. For the family, this myriad drug liquid could be considered a thank you. But after he returned to the central capital Yang family's compound this time, Yang Kai was quite certain he would never come out again and this cultivation would surely be crippled. To Yang Kai, such consequences were impossible to accept. After listening to Yang Kai's answer, Yang Zhen didn't show any surprise, seemingly having expected such a response. Nodding lightly, he simply said, "Since this is your choice, this old master won't say any more. This old master will only remind you that since the other 7 families have already begun to move, it is impossible that they will give up easily. My Yang family will not fall out with the other 7 families just for you. The only option we can offer you is to have you return to the family to receive protection. Otherwise, whatever consequences come from your decision you must face on your own." After saying his piece, Yang Zhen stood up and left with the other elders. The middle-aged woman was the only one to look back at Yang Kai before leaving and whispered, "Consider the family's proposal. It's not a bad offer. Even if your cultivation is abolished, you can still live a good life in the Yang family. Anything you want from the family will be open to discussion." In response, Yang Kai simply stared back at her coldly and indifferently. The woman slowly shook her head and no longer said anything, quickly following the others out of the mansion. After they left, Yang Kai let out a light sigh and a trace of exhaustion appeared on his face. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasures make him guilty. Such was the case with the myriad drug liquid, which was why Yang Kai had always tried to keep it hidden. Only a few of his most trusted confidants knew of its existence while others were kept in the dark. However, the 8 great families, over time, had been able to infer some things from observing him and the people around him. This was something Yang Kai couldn't avoid. However, it was something he absolutely did not wish to talk about. Unfortunately, if one were to obtain something good, would anyone really question about its origins? Even if he were to ask his parents to trust him, they would still have some doubts in their minds. The reason for the rapid increase in strength of everyone in his mansion was because Xianxia was using the myriad drug liquid when she performed alchemy, allowing the effects of the elixir to seep into every pill she produced while simultaneously enhancing the primary function of each pill. The end result was a cleansing effect on everyone's body, optimizing their aptitudes. However, the improvement in their cultivation pace wasn't too exaggerated. After all, they weren't directly using the myriad drug liquid. Judging by the actions of the 8 great families and the attractiveness of the myriad drug liquid, this incident would likely become very problematic and may even develop into a full-blown crisis. Outside the main hall, Yang Kai met with a slightly panicked Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai had rarely seen such an expression on Qiu Yimeng's face. The Qiu family's first young lady had always been calm and steady. Even in the face of great danger, she was able to remain level-headed and make appropriate decisions. But now, she was showing clear signs of anxiety and fear. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to tell how disturbed she was. "Yang Kai," Qiu Yimeng whispered softly, her voice trembling slightly. Yang Kai did his best to remain calm and looked straight at her. "What happened?" "A letter was just delivered ordering me to return to my family," Qiu Yimeng replied quickly. Such a fast reaction. Yang Kai smiled, but his eyes remained cold as ice. Yang Zhen had barely left his front door before someone from the Qiu family had arrived to deliver Qiu Yimeng and order to return to the central capital. It seemed like the 8 great families were really grasshoppers on a rope. "What do you mean?" Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. When she had received the letter, Qiu Yimeng didn't know what was happening or how she should respond and, in a panic, rushed over to see Yang Kai. But after mentioning her concerns, his response was only these inexplicable words. Such a strange reaction only compounded her concerns. "Nothing." Yang Kai casually brushed aside her question and smiled temperately. "When do you leave?" "As soon as possible." Qiu Yimeng bit her red lips. "Also, Father ordered me to bring the people from the Autumn Rain Hall back with me." The Autumn Rain Hall was the only boost that Qiu Yimeng had brought with her when she joined Yang Kai. "I understand." Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. a pained expression creeping onto her face. Well, I don't understand. Ever since I received that letter, I've had a restless feeling, as if something big happened without me knowing. And if I leave here, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Qiu Shoucheng ordering Qiu Yimeng to bring back the people of the Autumn Rain Hall already illustrated that this matter wasn't as simple as it appeared. Qiu Yimeng was no fool. On the contrary, she was incredibly intelligent, and obviously she had realized something was amiss. However, she didn't know what the problem was. When she had decided to help Yang Kai participate in the inheritance war, she had temporarily separated herself from her family. This was her decision and hers alone. It had nothing to do with the will of the Qiu family. The Qiu family's true ally was the Yang family's sixth young lord, Yang Shun. Yet now, even though the inheritance war had not ended, for no reason at all, the Qiu family had suddenly recalled her. You're thinking too much. Yang Kai grinned at her. Qiu Yimeng grabbed Yang Kai's arm nervously and stared at him with a look of entreaty, whispering, "Do you know anything?" Yang Kai just shook his head in response. How would I know what your Qiu family's thoughts are? Is there some relationship between this and the visit you received from the Yang family elder hall? Qiu Yimeng persisted. The insight of the Qiu family's first young lady was as amazing as ever. No, Yang Kai still shook his head decisively. It's probably just that Uncle Qiu hasn't seen you for so long and misses you, so he summoned you back. Qiu Yimeng stared at Yang Kai blankly for a moment before slowly letting go of his arm and smiling bitterly. You've always been like this, never willing to tell me anything. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but suddenly found he didn't know what to say. Since that's the case? Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and calmed her nerves. Then I won't ask any further, you take care. This time, you've worked hard. I'll see you off, Yang Kai said in a slightly low voice. Outside the house, the members of the Autumn Rain Hall were all ready to depart. Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai look at each other, neither of speaking, one of them having a pair of eyes filled with a look of expectation and longing, the other a dull light. The atmosphere was very strange. After a long awkward silence, Qiu Yimeng's eyes eventually dimmed. Wearing a wry smile, she turned around without a word and led the Autumn Rain Hall back towards the central capital. Until the very end, she didn't hear a single word from Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had asked her to stay, she wouldn't have hesitated to ignore the recall order from the Qiu family. But Yang Kai just silently watched her leave. Both of them knew that Qiu Yimeng really wasn't coming back. As Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng were separating though, a new group of 3 people appeared. The person in the lead was calm and steady while the 2 behind him were both peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters. All of them had fully restrained their auras and wore somewhat aloof expressions. This was the attitude and bearing of a true heavyweight individual. Qiu Yimeng immediately stopped, staring blankly at this group of 3 before quickly cupping her fists. Uncle Hua, the Hua family patriarch, Hua Zheng, stopped and smiled at Qiu Yimeng, nodding gently. Is little niece Qiu headed back to the central capital? Yes. Qiu Yimeng nodded gently, wearing her usual calm smile. And good. Go back quickly. Your father is waiting for you. After saying so, Hua Zheng led the 2 Hua family masters and strode towards Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng, on the other hand, wore a shocked look. She hadn't expected that not only was she recalled by the Qiu family, but Hua Xingqian was also ordered to return. Hua Zheng appearing here was obviously to catch the delinquent young lord, Hua Xingqian. Besides Hua Zheng, no one from the Hua family could get Hua Xingqian to obediently return, so he had no choice but to come in person. Outside the house, Yang Kai stared at these 3 visitors indifferently but still politely greeted Hua Zheng as Qiu Yimeng had. Hua Zheng nodded lightly and looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. If you're looking for young Lord Hua, he's inside the house, Yang Kai said calmly. Good. I'll find him myself. Hua Zheng nodded, not saying another word before leading the 2 masters into Yang Kai's mansion. Only a moment later, Yang Kai heard Hua Xingqian squeal like a boiled pig. Not long after, Hua Zheng appeared again, the central capital wolf now being carried out by one of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters, completely unable to resist. Hey old man, let me down. Xianxia struggled and yelled, but to no avail. The master who had captured him ignored him completely. Daring to offend your father. You're dead. Do you believe father won't castrate you and feed your meat to the dogs? Xianxia continued to scream. What did you say? Daring to call yourself father in front of your father. Huazhang glared at his disobedient son. Xianxia suddenly wore an innocent smile and said, Father, I'm not talking to you, but just look at you. Yelling so loudly for no reason. Such a loss of face. You shut up and follow me back to the central capital. Why? Xianxia was really confused. If I tell you to shut up, you shut up. If you dare spout any nonsense, then father will slap your fat mouth. Now, father. True gentlemen discuss their problems rather than resort to violence. All right, I'll go back to the central capital with you, but at least let me say a few words to young Lord Kai in private first. We've been together for so long now that we've developed a kind of friendship. Huazhang paused and glanced between his son and Yang Kai with a frown before nodded gently. The Hua family master immediately released Xianxia. I'll wait over there for you. Huazhang snorted. Got it. Xianxia nodded. After the three men from the Hua family left, Xianxia chuckled and looked at Yang Kai with interest. It seems like something big has happened. Earlier he had saw Qiu Yimeng preparing to leave and suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Then, when his dad had arrived along with masters from his family to grab him, Xianxia realized things were more serious than he had expected. Is it inconvenient to say? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. In any case, since my old man came personally, I can't stay. Knowing too much won't do me any good. Suddenly, Xianxia's face became serious as he whispered, Young Lord Kai, you are destined to be a great man. Don't die too early. This time, I don't know what happened, but the coming days will definitely be difficult for you yet. You have to persist. No matter what others may think about you, I firmly support you. If you were to die earlier than me, I'll dig up your corpse, string it up, and whip it 100 times every day. Xianxia, have never admired any other man in life, so don't disappoint me. Seeing Xianxia's usual unrestrained behavior, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a grin. Get out. I won't see you off. See ya. Xianxia laughed and walked forward. Two younger generation leaders from the 8 great families had left Yang Kai's mansion in the space of an hour. One of them was even Yang Kai's right arm. Outside the mansion, several of the young leaders who had arrived after hearing the disturbance couldn't help feeling shocked and confused. This change had come so fast, like spring squall, without giving anyone time to prepare. It wasn't until long after the figures of Qiu Yimeng and Xianxia disappeared that everyone recovered from their daze. After a while, many of them clamored around Yang Kai to ask what was happening. Settle down. Han Shaoqi of 10,000 Flower Palace stood up and took charge of the situation. How do you expect Yang Kai to answer if all of you keep shouting? The group of youths suddenly went silent, all of them staring towards Yang Kai, hoping he could relieve their doubts. Everyone come inside first. I'll explain what I can. Yang Kai let out a long sigh before turning around and walking into the house. Wishing to hear news of the situation a moment sooner, everyone else rushed to keep up. Inside the mansion's main hall, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and waited patiently for everyone to arrive. Within a short time, the representatives from all the various forces had arrived. Han Shaoqi informed Yang Kai before taking her own seat nearby. Yang Kai awoke from his meditation and swept his eyes over the faces of the crowd. As he glanced around, many familiar faces appeared in his vision. Dong family Dong Qinghan, Purple Fern Valley Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman, reflecting Moon Sect Chun Xueshu and Su Xiaoyu, Pure Heart Palace Wufang, Soaring Feather Pavilion Chu Jingshan, the 4 10,000 Flower Palace Maidens, the Duanmu family's 5 seniors, Blood Battle Gang Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air, Storm Hall Fong Ziji, Ghost King Valley Lingshan and Chen Yi, Tian Yuan City Lu Fei Sheng, 11 young leaders from 11 forces. Besides those from High Heaven Pavilion, all the young leaders of all the forces had gathered here. Not only that, Qin Zhe of Medicine King's Valley, Wu Yen and Tao Yang of Treasure Instrument Sect, and every last blood warrior were also present. This lineup was unprecedentedly luxurious and powerful. However, the very fact that Yang Kai had summoned all of them at once let everyone realize the seriousness of the situation. Even if he had called assemblies before, he would never have Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect attend as well. Realizing this, everyone felt a bit on edge as they waiting for Yang Kai to speak. Junior brother Yang, if you have anything to say, just say it. There are many alchemy tasks waiting for me back in the pill room, Qin Zhe said impatiently. During these past few months, while studying the alchemic way under Xianxia's tutelage, the alchemists of Medicine King's Valley had made significant progress. By now, Qin Zhe almost never left the pill room and even had thoughts of settling down here permanently, never to return to Medicine King's Valley. Compared with Medicine King's Valley, this place was without a doubt the holy land of alchemy. Yang Kai stood up and smiled lightly. Many of you saw what transpired earlier today and are no doubt wondering why Qiu Meng and Hu Xingqian suddenly left. The gathered figures all nodded in unison. Yang Kai continued, I can't tell you the specific reasons, but I can offer you some information. Everyone suddenly held their breath. This place will soon face some difficulties, some particularly troublesome difficulties at that. Yang Kai quickly said as his expression became serious. The crowd was stunned for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Dong Qinghan was the first to call out. Since I came to your house, there has never been an idle moment. What event hasn't been troublesome? NN. Suofang also nodded repeatedly. No matter what these difficulties are, all of us can work together to overcome them. Come on. Tell us, what kind of difficulties you are expecting this time? The expressions of everyone present were relaxed, with not the slightest signs of tension on their faces, apparently still not aware of the seriousness of the problem. This time, all of your lives will be at risk, and there's even the possibility that the prosperity of your families and sects will be affected. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd solemnly. Knowing so, are you still able to laugh casually? This time, everyone was stunned silent and stared towards Yang Kai with serious expressions. I'm not being an alarmist here. Perhaps the situation isn't quite so dire, but it definitely isn't much better. Are things really so serious? Chu Jingshan shook his head slowly. How can that be? All we've done is come here to offer our support, to help you participate in the inheritance war. How can there suddenly be a danger to our lives or even to the future of our sects? It is precisely because you are helping me. Yang Kai looked at the crowd apologetically. The issue this time is related to me. Han Shaoqi suddenly understood and interjected. Is it related to your breakthrough to the Immortal Ascension boundary a few days ago? Everyone couldn't help but furrow their brows, suddenly remembering the terrifying demonic chi and the confrontation they had with the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary Grand Elders. Even now, all of them were still worried about what fallout there would be from that event. Although that's not the primary reason, it's at least related to it. Yang Kai freely admitted before speaking some truly surprising words. It's very likely that because of this time's issue, I will become an enemy of the Central Capital 8 great families. The audience immediately went into an uproar, both from shock and surprise. Becoming enemies with the Central Capital 8 great families. This was something none of them had ever imagined before. The forces of this world primarily participated in the inheritance war in order to build good relationships with the 8 great families. But even if those gathered in Yang Kai's mansion didn't come for such a reason, none of them had thought that one day they might actually have to confront these superforces. This was no different from hitting a stone with an egg. Many pairs of eyes trembled and looked towards Yang Kai, seemingly trying to see if he was making some kind of a bad joke. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Yang Kai's expression was completely serious. Because of this, Qiu Meng and Hu Xingqian had to leave. Yang Kai let out a light sigh. The reason I have summoned all of you here today is only to express my heartfelt thanks to you. All of you have fought and bled for me, for which you have earned my eternal gratitude, and I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Yang Kai, what's the meaning of this? Hu Jiao'er suddenly stood up, her expression filled with anger as she shouted. Are you trying to drive us away? Yang Kai nodded, quickly saying, That's right. You staying here any longer will not bring you any advantages. You bastard! Hu Jiaoer clenched her teeth as she tried to suppress her rage, sarcastically shouting, What do you even see us as? Come when you call, leave when you order? You forcefully pulled us sisters into your house and now you want to drive us out? Why should I listen to you? Big sister. Hu Mei shouted anxiously as she grabbed Hu Jiaoer's hand. Yang Kai is only doing this out of good intentions. Of course I know that. I'm not blind. Hu Jiaoer snorted and glared at Yang Kai menacingly. What I can't stand is his arbitrariness. Facing such strong rebuke, Yang Kai could only smile bitterly. I thought you had something important to say. Qin Zhe spat disdainfully. It turns out it's just some trivial matters. Junior brother Yang. I'm not going anywhere. Central capital 8 great families? What do they count for? Do any of them dare harm my Medicine King's Valley people? No. Even if they had several times the courage, they wouldn't dare. Saying so, Qin Zhe got up from his seat and left, not putting the 8 great families in his eyes at all. Seeing this display, everyone couldn't help laughing a bit. However, when they thought about it, Qin Zhe was indeed qualified to say such words. Although Medicine King's Valley was just a second-class sect, but because of its peculiar makeup, the 8 great families really wouldn't dare harm its people. Yang Kai, just how serious is the situation? Han Shaoqi calmly took the initiative to ask. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. I don't know, but becoming an enemy of the 8 great families is quite likely. For some reasons, the people of the 8 great families want me to submit to them, and since I have refused to do so, a contradiction was born, one that cannot be resolved peacefully. Therefore, I wanted to let all of you leave here as soon as possible and no longer associate yourselves with me. Suddenly turning to the 9 tall figures in the back of the hall, he continued. Of course, this includes those from the Blood Warrior Hall as well. Tu Feng and the other Blood Warriors quickly exchanged a glance before laughing spiritedly. Tang Yuxian saying, Little Lord, if I may speak freely, please don't look down on us. Since we have decided to follow you, then we shall share life and death with you, never retreating in the face of adversity. Little Lord, have you forgotten? The name Blood Warrior is synonymous with loyalty. Even in death we shall not leave. Ingzhou said coolly. We swear to follow the Little Lord. All of them shouted. Since that is the case, I will not say any more. To do so would only be an insult to you. Yang Kai nodded firmly. The seniors from the Blood Warrior Hall aren't leaving. So naturally I'm not leaving either. Dong Qinghan smiled. You are my younger cousin. What kind of man would I be if I abandoned my family? Yang Kai, all of us owe you our lives. In your hour of need, naturally we won't leave you. Han Shaoqi looked at Yang Kai with a hint of tenderness. She knew how difficult it must have been for Yang Kai to make such a decision under these circumstances. A debt of graciousness must be repaid with gratitude. A grudge must be repaid with revenge. And my pure heart palace will also stand by you, Zuofang quickly declared. Even without mentioning Yang Kai saving his life in that isolated world. Some time ago, Xianing Chong had refined a batch of pills for Zuofang's senior brother Li Xian Yuan to repair his damaged dantian. Zuofang was incredibly grateful to Yang Kai, so how could he just leave at this time? Ever since I came to this house, my strength and cultivation have improved rapidly. Every day there is no lack of high-grade pills, and whatever artifact I want I can easily acquire. Quite frankly, I never want to leave this place. Fang Ziji laughed heartily. Good for nothing. Hu Jiaoer stared at him somewhat disdainfully. I'm just speaking the truth. Fang Ziji shrugged his shoulders casually. Yang Kai, as long as you don't force us out, we won't leave. All the cultivators in the house stood up and echoed this sentiment one by one. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd once more, a heartfelt smile on his face. He could tell that each of these people were completely sincere. There was not a hint of falsehood in any of their words. However, he didn't discount the possibility that they hadn't yet realized just how serious this problem was. But currently it was not convenient for Yang Kai to say any more. If he were to really try to force them out at this point, it would only show that he didn't really think of them as his friends and allies. With things having reached this point, all he could say was, "Many thanks for all of your good intentions. Just remember that my words today still stand. In the future, if you decide that it is impossible for you to remain, I, Yang Kai, swear not to stand in your way or to utter half a word of blame." Fine, don't say any more. Saying any more will just hurt our feelings. Dong Qinghan casually called out, the atmosphere suddenly becoming harmonious. Next, everyone began to inquire all at once about what was actually going on. Since all of them were now in the same boat and this was related to everyone's interests, Yang Kai explained what had transpired between him and Yang Zhen, but as for the myriad drug liquid, he still kept that to himself. After listening to his explanation, everyone's brows furrowed as they became clear just how dire Yang Kai's situation was. Because he had cultivated a demonic secret art, given shelter to many Devil's Path disciples, and shared a common origin with the current demon lord, the 8 great families had become suspicious and fearful towards him. Such a scenario was indeed not optimistic. The inheritance war suddenly underwent many unforeseen changes. From Yang Kai's supporters, the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng was recalled to the central capital and the Hua family's Hua Xingchan was personally brought back to the Hua family compound by the Hua family patriarch and confined to house arrest. Prior to this, the Xiang family's Xiang Tianxiao had also left Yang Kai's mansion. At the same time, rumors began to circulate in War City that Yang Kai had colluded with demons and monsters. Inside his mansion there were members of High Heaven Pavilion as well as disciples from Ghost King Valley. On top of that, he cultivated a demonic secret art and had almost fallen to the devil's practices. When he was breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, he had scattered demonic chi all over War City and had confronted 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary grand elders from the 8 great families after cruelly killing 2 first-class family heirs. To top it all off, he also hailed from the same sect as the Demon Lord. All kinds of news were spread out, causing a great deal of suspicion among populace. Suddenly, much of the world felt that Yang Kai really was a dangerous character. There was even a rumor that the Yang family wanted to stop Yang Kai from participating in the inheritance war and competing for the position of future patriarch. All of War City was suddenly abuzz as a dangerous tension began to emerge. The entire inheritance war had been thrown into chaos. Yang Kai had reached a position of absolute superiority twice now, but each time, for various reasons, it was impossible for him to win the final victory. This brought about some voices of sympathy as well as others who took pleasure in others' misfortune. Fortunately, he hadn't been allowed to obtain victory. If a demon became the patriarch of the Yang family in the future, wouldn't that be the greatest scandal in this world?